fall. Hi, hello, cold opening for today's stream because, yeah, it's a wheel stream and, I wanna experiment. It feels weird starting a stream cold open, I gotta admit, you know? But, yeah, I wanna experiment a little bit with doing, like, cold opens for, like, the wheel streams that, like, need the wheel to spin at the direct start. You know, I wanna try, only like properly marketing the streams. Like, once I like already know what's actually happening, I feel like it's difficult to I don't know. I feel like it's difficult to like, get people interested and have people knowing what's like actually happening until like the wheel part of stream passes, you know? I don't know. I feel like for these like wheel streams, the real stream starts like 20 minutes in. So, yeah. That's I don't know. I thought maybe I would lean into the setting it all up, you know? Have the very chill opening, let people like come in, let me set stuff up, and then like ping everyone once like everything is ready, you know? Okay, got all that set up. I need to keep all that up actually. I need to get Twitter up for the live notification, but yeah. I would ask how everyone's doing, but also it's only been like a minute. If anyone's here, how are you? If anyone's here already, but what if I just sit here and pet my cat for like the next 10 minutes instead of setting up stream? I have Milo sitting on like my armrest right now, and he's standing up tall. He's very proud of himself, He got up on the armrest on his own. Normally I have to carry him on there because his balance is kind of terrible. But what if I just pet my cat while streaming? You ever think about this? You ever think about this? Also, I'm not sure if you can notice, but I'm sitting like way too far to the left, and I kind of need to adjust my chair at some point. But if I adjust my chair, Milo's gonna fall off the armrest. So for now, I'm just gonna sit like really awkwardly leaning to the right. Okay, I got Twitter up. I have multiple Discord notifications. I have read them. Crazy. I don't need to respond to them right now. Alright, I guess we can spin the wheel, huh? I guess we can, Trying to think what else I gotta set up. I mean, like, the entire game and, like, everything, but, like, as of this very second, things are, like, kind of set up, Now, would you believe it? Would you believe it if I tell you I didn't test the wheel? I didn't test anything. So, let's see if stuff works. What we gonna be doing today? What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? Would you look at that? Would you? Oh, wow. Wait, I'm like actually excited for that. Yeah, sure, hell yeah. Silent Hill Play Novel. That's for the Game Boy Advance. It's, from my understanding, it's a retelling of Silent Hill 1's plot, except in like a visual novel style, and it was made by Tonkin House. They've made some interesting games over time, so I'm actually really interested to see how that goes, Yeah, let me start setting that up, I guess, I was trying to think if I want to like ping people about that first, or if I want to set up the game first, what? Experimental stream, experimental opening, you gotta understand. Also, my back is killing me, Milo. You gotta let me adjust my chair. You have to. Okay, now I can sit slightly normally. Slightly. A little bit. A tiny bit. Alright. Let's see, do I even have the game? Do I have copy of video game? Well, it appears that this is gonna take a mild bit of setup. Like, I think I have the game, I just, need to, find it. It's more hidden than I thought. It's in the bottom of the pile of all the video games. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Okay. Okay, there's that. Alright, let's get the capture set up and whatnot. I think that would be a nice place to start. Think so. You know, I think so. I should probably also mute the background music. Sorry it's a blue stinger, but we need to listen. We need to listen to the silly Silent Hill 1 soundtrack played through a Game Boy Advance. It's also worth noting that this game, it originally only released in Japan. I am playing with the English patch, so, we should be fine, but yeah, just a little bit of context. I feel like this is the first time I've, played, a Game Boy Advance game on this, screen. How do I want to do the, aspect ratio? Do I just, cover myself? Or cover the game? How does one handle dealing with games that are almost full screen, but not quite? Digital trading card, hell yeah. Welcome in Maxwell and welcome in PS, experimental little starter stream today, because it's a wheel stream, I didn't care, I don't know. I feel like it's probably, I feel like it might work better, I feel like these streams might work better if I, actually, set things up and spin the wheel and do all that before, marketing them, I needed to see how wide the text box was. I needed to know, yeah, the game's a little covered by the text, but, whatever, it'll be fine. Alright, I think we have audio, right? The system, mutes itself every time I click off of it, so, we won't be hearing the audio for, much of this. We'll hear it once I, actually start the game, but, Alright, yeah, it looks like we do have audio, in fact. Cool. Alright, I guess it's time that I, maybe possibly move over here. And maybe possibly, ping people. Maybe possibly it's time for me to, maybe I know what I'm doing. Now, I'm gonna be the extra annoying person. I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna find random box art of this game off of the interwebs and post it on the Twitters. I act like anyone actually reads the Twitter. I act like people do. Well, that's not box art, but it'll work. I feel like this is really hype music for what I'm doing, It's funny, when I first started streaming I had two different playlists, technically three. I had one for hype music and one for more chill shit. And then I just abandoned that concept over time. And then I had a third playlist that combined the two. Why, I say technically three. It's crazy how that works. Okay, chat, would you believe it? Would you believe it? That it's time to ping the Discord. Can you believe this? Are you ready to get a Discord notification about something you're already aware of? Alright, there's that for the Discord. I gotta change the stream title. I forgot about that. Oops. Alright, there's that. And lastly, but not least, or maybe least, let's be honest here, it's least. The Twitter notification. Is there a notification? I guess not. Do people get notified when I tweet? They better not. Oh my god, I would annoy them so much. Oh my god, that would be so bad. That'd be terrible. That'd be terrible if people had notifications on for Twitter. How would... There's gotta be people who have it on, right? How would you live? Alright, I've done it, chat. I've done it. I have properly set up the stream. I've done this. Or have I? You know, I finished doing all that, then my cat wants out the room. You know... Milo, you were just in here. I'm sorry I moved my chair like 3 inches to the right. And that it scared you. I'm sorry. Do you have to leave me? Are you sure? Are you sure about this, Milo? Are you sure you're not gonna come back in the room in like a minute? Where did he go? There you are. Hi. You're done with me? Yeah, okay, fine. I gotta let my cat out. Alright, one second. You know, I really changed the song to try and hope for something a bit more energetic for like the proper start of stream, but you know. But yeah, okay, I'm ready. Welcome in, Maxilla. Welcome in, PSC Love Me. How's it going? Hello. Hi, hello. Would you believe it? You know, today was one of those days. I forgot to take my vitamins until like 9 p.m. So I did like nothing until like 9 p.m. I drew an image, you know, in my like 3 hours that I've been like functioning of the day so far. You know, would you believe it? Would you believe it that I drew random image that I think I'm like actually able to show on stream? I think so. Yeah, I can do that. Ooh, image, it exists. You know, kind of crazy, kind of bonkers, you know? I should like probably draw something for like, you know, hitting like 350 followers. I don't know why, but that number feels like huge to me. Probably because it is. Like, I say it every time I talk about like follower numbers and like milestones and shit, but it hasn't set in. Like, it hasn't, it just doesn't, you know? You know, like, I was thinking about it today because, you know, I keep looking at the number and I'm just like, wow, that's a lot of people, you know? And I think my theory for why it feels like it hasn't set in whatsoever is I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret. That number changes like nothing in your life. I'm gonna tell you a secret. Me streaming with like 10 followers versus me streaming with like 350 followers now, the streams kind of feel identical. You know? So it's like, you know? Some people would act like, whoa, I'm like a kind of big streamer. maybe not big, but like established and all that. And like, they might be right. They might be. But I'm just here. And it's like, huh? What do you mean? I don't still have 10 followers. you know? But I do appreciate the number, it hasn't set in. It never at this point I'm like convinced it never will. It's been like 2 years. Welcome in, Decat. Welcome in. How's it going? But yeah, it's crazy. I feel like I should at the very least acknowledge it, Just a little bit, Yeah, okay. I think that's all I have to say today. Once again, hi. I've been like functioning for like 3 hours so far today. There's only so much I could do in 3 hours. Would you believe it? That I had a like slice of pizza from the fridge. Like I got very exciting stuff to talk about. I got like nothing. You gotta understand. You have to understand. But yeah, let's play Silent Hill play novel. I know like nothing about this game, really. I mean, like I know like everything about it, but also nothing. You ate a burrito? Hell yeah. Let's go. That sounds nice. I just have too much pizza. So I'm just like living off pizza right now. Like somehow, and I don't know how, but I ended up with like 3 large pizzas in my fridge. And like it's only me eating them. So like for the next week, I'm just gonna have pizza every day. And this is not a complaint. I must admit, it's mildly exciting. Very exciting day. Yeah. Okay. This is a really short opening. Like, it makes sense, I feel like, because, this is a Game Boy Advance game. You can only put so much F&B on it. But, I feel like that's a really short opening. Also, are my buttons just not mapped? That would appear to be a problem. That would appear to be a... Well, as I fix my buttons, this is the time for y'all to say things about the audio. Would you believe it? Would you believe it that there's actually audio in the world? And that audio sometimes... What? And that audio sometimes... Huh? That's weird and strange and... Wait a damn minute. Why would it do that? Sorry, I'm... Okay, maybe we're having, like, actual technical issues. I thought I just needed to map my controls. Uh-huh. What? Huh? Why is game only reading my mouse? Would you believe it? Would you believe it? That I need the game to also acknowledge my controller. This is just gonna be the chill stream of me setting stuff up for 1,000,000 hours. That's just what it's gonna be. Yeah, no, it's totally reading my mouse as a joystick and nothing else. What you doing, Game Boy? I'm mildly curious. I'm mildly curious. I don't think it's a controller problem, but just in case it is, well, let me try. Let me try doing something crazy. Let me try doing something bonkers. Are you ready to hear what that bonkers thing is? Are you ready? Are you ready to hear? Are you ready to know? I'm gonna test that my buttons are working. What? Wait. Huh? Why is my controller not having, like, any... What do you mean my controller has no buttons? My controller's plugged in. It's got the light. It's properly plugged in. Well, that's very strange. Well, huh. I have a feeling we should maybe go back to the scene with like background audio. I have a feeling that maybe I have a feeling that this might be a bigger problem than I like to acknowledge. You know? They wouldn't just kill a controller. They wouldn't just kill a controller. They wouldn't do that. That would be like illegal. That would be illegal. You know? So that's not reading the controller, which is interesting. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Are you reading the controller? Do you know anything? You're acting like you should know things. Yeah, okay, no? Okay. Okay. Hi, I use the 8BitDo controller, and the 8BitDo controller software is absolutely reading the controller properly. So that's nice, at least. The controller is, in fact, properly, plugged in and is not completely dead on me, to my understanding. That's cool, that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. So, though, why isn't the Game Boy able to see the controller? And why wasn't the NES? I've definitely played NES games before. I've definitely done this. You know? Very strange, very weird. You know? Alright. I wonder what happens if I open up the NES without the Game Boy, being active whatsoever. You know, I wonder if the NES works properly then, cause y'all have seen me play NES games, you know, the NES does not have technical issues. Okay, yeah, no, the NES is reading fine right now. Okay, strange. I'm curious if opening up the 8BitDo, software was enough to fix whatever the fuck the problem was. It's that, or the problem was solely caused due to the Game Boy. Which, what the fuck, Game Boy? Why are you breaking my controllers? Why would you do that? I just think that's mean. You know? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, now we're all reading fine. That what? I don't know what the problem was. Yeah, no, everything's working. I don't know what the problem was. I don't know. But whatever it was, opening up the 8BitDo software was enough to fix it. Alright, I think we're good to play game. Welcome in, Juice to Form. How's it going? Welcome in. The game's gonna open, right? OBS is gonna be able to find the game, right? OBS. You You know, normally I don't do this amount of setting things up before stream. I gotta admit, you know, my whole plan of let's do a silly little stream where I don't set things up and do it all live on stream was meant to go slightly smoother than this. But okay, we have the game, we have audio, we have a working controller. Okay. I think we're good. You made fajitas and guacamole, and they were good? Hell yeah. Let's go. You know, I guess we should start at the introduction. Possibly. Maybe. Or was that maybe me testing the game? Let's go over here. Let's just go to an empty file. I might have tested this game once. Silent Hill. No audio? Okay. It's been a while since I have taken a vacation. I am driving my Jeep, heading towards the quiet resort town of Silent Hill. The sound of the engine vibrates in the darkness due to some slight car trouble earlier. It has become this late. I am Harry Mason. I am a run-of-the-mill writer. Her eyes closed. Cheryl sleeps peacefully in the passenger seat. Cheryl is my daughter. She is cheerful and lively, and the occasional carefree smile she shows makes me feel happy. I don't have very many relationships with people because of what I do for a living, so Cheryl's existence has become irreplaceable to me. Cheryl was very much looking forward to this trip. Although paved, this is still very much a mountain road. At this hour, there's little reason for any other drivers to be about. I push in the accelerator. There is no lights off the darkness. I can depend only on my headlights. Light reflects off the rearview mirror. It's a motorcycle. There is a motorcycle heading towards the same destination as we are at the terrific speed. At this late hour, with a roar, the motorcycle effortlessly passes by the side of my Jeep. The seal of the police. Perhaps there's been an accident or something, but I don't recall hearing about an accident or anything on the radio. Cheryl is sleeping. A child should not be awake at this hour. I wonder if she is dreaming about something. Tomorrow, I plan to take her to the amusement park. Maybe she is dreaming about riding the merry-go-round? I glance over at Cheryl's sleeping face, and then return my eyes forwards. The lighted area of the road almost appears to be bleached out from the darkness as it moves towards me. Huh? Something enters my field of view. It's the motorcycle from just before. It is lying on the side of the shoulder of the road. No doubts about it, it's the same motorcycle that just passed me. There is no sign of the driver. It looks like the driver smashed into the surface of the rocks by the side of the road while trying to avoid some kind of obstacle, and thus, that part of the motorcycle has been destroyed. So, okay, in this version of the retelling, Harry casually doesn't wreck. Or at least not yet. Interesting. Okay, they just have him getting out the car to get out the car. Interesting. I wonder how different this is going to be from the original Silent Hill 1's plot. I wonder. I carefully check the way in which my vehicle is headed. However, I don't see anything that could be an obstacle to my advance. In the area illuminated by the headlights, a strange atmosphere creeps in around me. The radio reception seems to have become erratic. Should I turn back? But my foot persistently pushes down the accelerator with no intention of letting off. You can no longer turn back now. Something murmurs within me. Please increase your speed some more. Someone murmurs within me. Welcome in, Caravel. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah. I have a feeling this entire stream is just going to be me reading out a story, essentially. Though, I'm pretty sure this game has like some decisions you can make. Pretty sure. I think so. I think I might be allowed to do something. Also, the game is really quiet for y'all, isn't it? Let me try turning it up. I'm just gonna max it out for now. Oh. Okay, that might be a little bit too loud. I'll turn it down ever so slightly. How about that? Make noise, thank you. How are we feeling about the volume mixing? How are we feeling about it? Have I played the Silent Hill mobile games? I haven't, no. In terms of the Silent Hill series, I've only played 1 through 3. And then in terms of like spin-off stuff, I don't think I've done any of the spin-offs except for this right now. You know. It's 1:30 p.m. in Japan here. Nice. This is fine. Nice to hear. Thank you for science, something. Thank you. Cheryl's eyes are closed. She is dreaming. I know that I should be awake. But what is this uneasy feeling? I feel as if my body is not totally my own. It's like some strange being that is not me is controlling me. Like I am floating. Ew, well. My eyelids are heavy. As the steering wheel leaves my hand, it creates the illusion of settling the course of its own. Freezing cold, uneasiness, almost like being ready to fall asleep. I am just barely conscious. I am now at my limit to maintain even that. Ah! When I saw the human figure on the road, I cut the wheel hard, and then there was nowhere else for my Jeep and I to go but down into the darkness below the cliff. Well, there's the car crash. There it is. The silence pierces my ears. As the wind blew, it was accompanied by piercing cold. Where am I? I can feel lights faintly passing through my eyelids. I don't seem to be hurt. That much is clear to me because I don't feel any pain in my body. No, perhaps I've suffered an injury that doesn't cause any pain. I slowly try opening my heavy eyelids. Out-of-season snow is pouring into town. Other than the sound of droplets of ice yeah, interesting, sorry. I thought I was reading that wrong. No. Other than the sound of droplets of ice hitting the ground, there is nothing else to be heard. Silent Hill. That is what is assuredly written on the sign by the side of the road. Without realizing it, Cheryl and I have reached our destination. All my memories up to that point are gone. The wind is blowing in. When I take a look next to me, I am shocked. The passenger door has been left open. Cheryl is nowhere to be seen. Silent Hill. This town, which should just be a resort area, appears to have become just like a ghost town for some reason. Or maybe it was waiting for us to arrive. Or perhaps the town just nestled up to us. This is on GBA. Yeah, this is a GBA game. Japan exclusive GBA game. I'm playing with a English patch. I feel like I gotta mention that constantly, you know, because you know, I have a feeling this is a game that's gonna be very, very heavily affected by whatever localization the English patch team decided on. you know? Yeah. So now, I am alone. Cheryl is not here. While I was sleeping, no. While I was knocked out, Cheryl opened the passenger door and stepped out alone into this tourist spot that is ruled by unsettling silence. And then she left me to head somewhere. Reminds me of Radical Dreamers, though. I'm not sure I know what that is. What's Radical Dreamers? What's that? I tightly closed my jacket around my neck and set off on foot in search of Cheryl. I wonder what in the world happened here. Nothing makes any sense. The silence, and out-of-season snow, and strangest of all, the entire town is wrapped in a thick fog. Wait, we have decisions. What we want to learn about Cheryl's destination is... There's no one in town. We gotta think about Cheryl, right? We gotta think about Cheryl. Radical Dreamers is kind of a halfway point between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. Interesting. I've never played any of those games, but fair enough. Y'all wanna go with B? We can do that, hell yeah. I thought I must find out if there is any other than myself here. This is definitely Silent Hill. I recognize the signboard on that store. A long time ago when I was young, I visited here once. All the doors in the shops and houses are tightly shut. No, among them there is one shop with its door open, but there is no sign of anyone inside. It feels just like the people here suddenly vanished. I begin to run. Only the sound of my footsteps echo in the surroundings. Just where in the world has Cheryl gone? Did anyone lead her away? Various concerns run through my mind. Little image. That feels like a translation note. Also, I find it funny that they had to add in the text to explain that the ta-ta-ta was onomatopoeia for footsteps. Oh, I find that a funny choice, but good for them. You know, B is the most line in any horror movie in games like this. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta run into the abandoned town and hope for the best. I suddenly get the feeling that I heard footsteps other than my own, so I stopped moving right away to check it out. Through the thick fog, I can see a figure that is about the size of a child. Cheryl? Without a thought I cry out. The figure doesn't move at all. At the moment, I begin to move slowly towards the figure. It starts to run. I fiercely chase after the figure. That's definitely Cheryl, even though it is faint. I would not mistake someone else for Cheryl. However, no matter how much I run, I cannot catch up. Instead, the figure is gradually getting farther away from me. The figure puts on speed, as if it is gliding through the air. The figure appears to be absorbed by the fog as it begins to disappear. In order not to lose it, I run with all my strength while keeping my vision centered on the figure. I then notice that I have come to an alley surrounded by buildings. I don't know how, but it is like a cover placed over the sky, which had provided light until now, and the area has become engulfed in darkness. From the darkness, I can hear multiple footsteps coming this way. Yeah? Alright, we gonna take a look? Or are we gonna look for a weapon? What we gotta do? What we gotta do? We gotta run towards the darkness or look for a weapon? We gotta just run towards the darkness, right? Yeah, we have to. I stood ready. What are they? With beast-like rage, they have closed in to right where I am. I'm gonna leave you on a cliffhanger. My cat's stealing my other cat's food. Give me 1 second. And our life's gonna be a short one if we keep playing like this. Love the cat thievery drama. You know, I try and leave out Milo's food for as long as possible. You know, I try, because he's underweight and whatnot. So I'm like, you know, Milo, just eat whenever you want. And then Potato being Potato, wants to eat just everything. Yeah, and also Milo's not in here, so whatever. Alright. Aha! And then my vitality is sucked away by these strangely shaped monsters until I finally lose consciousness. Well, that doesn't seem very good. Is the cat Dabs and I stealing food? Maybe. There's no evidence of this. I think I just died. Sybil Bennett. She is a full-time police officer working in the neighboring town of Brams. There is no one else in the cafe other than her and Harry. She took a seat at the counter and waited for Harry to awaken. Oh my goodness, we have the F&B. Amazing, incredible. I suddenly awoke. Where is this place? Why am I here? Was I brought here by someone? There is no boundary between dream and reality, just confusion. As I lay on the beach. I really wanted to say the word beach and then I caught myself. As I lay on the bench seat in the cafe, my eyes slowly began to focus. The woman sitting on the counter stands and folds her arms. She walks over and looks down at me. She is wearing a police uniform. The woman smiles a little bit as she appears to be relieved that I have regained consciousness. It looks like you have come around. Who are you? I tried talking to the unfamiliar woman. I'm Sybil Bennett. I'm here because all communication with this town suddenly went dead, so I came to investigate. I'm Harry Manson. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing, but on the way there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? I'm not gonna date her, no. My daughter is missing and out in the cold, and now is not the time. Now is not the time. Absolutely not. No. You can't just date everyone you see. You can't. It's illegal. That joke had more layers to it than I meant. I'm sorry. A little girl. No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open, and she was gone. Cheryl, sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She is a timid person, so it is hard to imagine that she's headed out into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat, and since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make sense. Welcome in, Broly. Welcome in. How's it going? I don't think I ever realized that the police officer and the daughter have the same name. This might not be true, but you know, it sure is in my brain. Are you familiar with this area? There's no signs of anyone, and what is going on with the snow at this time of year? Just what in the world has happened in this town? I said all of this while breathing deeply. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like the town is as silent as a graveyard, left without even the means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. You also had an accident, right? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out into the road. I'm pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of the cafe. So naturally, I came in here to get out of the snow, and then I found you sleeping in here. I was having some kind of terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world has happened in this town? What is going on with everything? Yeah, that entire plotline's new to this version of the story. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah. Huh. Like, yeah, Cheryl, there, I don't think there was a proper motorcycle accident in the original game. There might have been. Like, I don't know, in the opening cutscene there might have been like a motorcycle sitting on the side of the road, but I don't think like Cheryl or Sybil. I keep mixing up Sybil and Cheryl, don't I? Yeah, I'm doing that. I totally am. Yeah. I don't think Sybil ever was like, oh yeah, I got in an accident. You know, I think she was just like, oh yeah, I'm here to check it out. And I think that was that in the original. I think so. Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Bram's for reinforcements, and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with results fortitude. I've got to look for Cheryl. There is no way I can just leave her alone. I see. Well then you'll need this. You may never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. I don't think that's a line in the original. I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure the line of Sybil being like, if you feel threatened, kill people. I'm not sure that's in the original, but fair enough. Alright. You know, how are we feeling about guns? How are we feeling about them? Hope I don't have to use it or I'm no good with guns. I don't think this has like any effect on the story, I'm gonna be real with you. These both feel like the same thing. You know? You know, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its toe, something, stares at the chat, and you are it. Thank you, but I'm no good with guns. I haven't even touched one. I can't handle it. Amazed, Sybil takes a deep breath. It's simple, I'll show you how to use it. See, first hold it in your right hand. Then, place your forefinger on the trigger. I reluctantly follow her instructions. Like this? Yes. Now place your left hand on your right hand so that it doesn't move. Then all you have to do is slide this, fix your aim, and pull the trigger. Like this. Bang! The bullet grazes Sybil's cheek. In the walls of the cafe, one of the pictures on the wall falls. I'm pretty sure that's also new. Pretty sure, you know? But yeah, take care, Broly. Take care. You know, let me move chat over ever so slightly. A little bit. I'm realizing I managed to crop it off slightly more than I wanted. Alright. Hey, you need to watch it. I'm sorry, I was just doing what you said. And it just, no, it's not. And it just a few centimeters over, and you would have been a murderer. I lost even more self-confidence. Well, it's all right. Please use it carefully. Well, then, I'm going. The sound of the door closing reverberated woefully inside the cafe. The cops just give you loaded guns if it's snowing too much. It's true. And then you shoot the cop. After being left alone in the cafe, I gazed at the handgun Sybil gave me for a little while, and then I thought about Cheryl, who had disappeared in this town. The figure I saw in the fog, that was definitely Cheryl, but she didn't answer my calls, and she was quite possibly moving away from me? I don't understand. I am getting a bit mixed up. Still, the one thing I know for sure is that Cheryl has vanished in this town. All I can do is look for her. I may not have any knowledge of the surroundings or any clues, but I won't find Cheryl if I stay here. I stood up energetically and placed my hand on the cafe door. Something is making noise. What is that noise? It's somewhere inside the cafe or it's somewhere outside the cafe? I think it's inside. It seems a bit loud. It seems a little bit loud. A little bit. I look around the cafe. I walk in the direction the noise is coming from, and then I pick up the source of the noise. Radio? At that moment, the glass shattered with a thunder and a giant bird-like creature flew into the cafe. Oh my god, it's Raider! Hi, it's been a second. Welcome in. Hi. You know, you can't believe someone else knows about Silent Hill on the GBA. Yeah, I'm surprised this game isn't talked about more. I'm surprised it's not. Though, I'm probably gonna learn why as I play through the game. You know, I'm probably gonna learn why it's not talked about a ton. But you know, for now, going into this game, I think more people should talk about it. I think so, you know? No, it's not a bird. It is a creature with reddish-brown skin that looks as if it's been burned. In its belligerent, pale green eyes, it is clear that my life is in danger. What if I just, what we doing? I feel like we could just, I've played survival horror, we gotta run away. You know. You know what you're stroking? What you doing? Huh? I look over the chat for 1 second. My goodness. You know, we were told that B is always the right answer. You know, but my hands are inexperienced. How am I... Fine. How am I meant to shoot if my hands are inexperienced? Damn, I firmly held the handgun that I just received, quickly pointed it at the creature, and pulled the trigger. I am not used to using guns, so some of my shots hit the ceiling. I limit my aim. Its vulnerable spot is its body. Aiming at the wing will bring it down. I think wing. I trust the wing more. A little bit. At least it can bring it down so we can run past it. You know. Meow. I'm hitting the wing. You hold your dick like a shotgun? Yeah? No, I'm not gonna try and make a joke. I'm not. I'm sorry. Dick blasting. LOL. Ha. I tried. I sat here. I thought about it. You know. Those large wings it uses nimbly to maintain its balance in the air. If I destroy its wings, it won't be able to move, and then I can finish it at my leisure. My one shot hits the wing, blasting a large hole in it. The creature loses altitude and falls to the floor. I can't afford to waste bullets. I crush it with the thick sole of my shoe many times as its strange cries die out. A dark red stain spreads out on the floor. What if I need to get my cat again? What if I need to do this? What if I leave y'all alone? Don't kill one another, okay? So it would appear that no one's dead. Not sure how to feel about this. I guess just mildly okay with it. You know. You're fine. How about me? I'm doing all right. I forgot to take my vitamins until like 9 p.m. today, so it was not a very productive day. Was a very why am I so tired kind of day. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. What the hell? This is not a dream. What's happening in this place? Only the sound of my fist hitting the table echoes in the cafe. At my feet, the still warm corpse of the creature lies in the center of a pool of oddly colored liquid. Can we not just call it blood? After leaving the cafe, I decided to head towards the alley from before. Black figures fly about in the heavens as if searching for prey. I then come to realize a constant. The static on the radio changes based on their movements. The closer the monsters come to me, the louder the static gets. My sight is hindered by the fog, and on top of that, the weather is now so bad that the snow is falling. So, this is extremely important information. I run through the snow that appears to have no intentions of stopping, increasing my speed each time the static comes in on the radio. I proceed to the fog. Following the thin thread of memory, I finally arrive at the alley from before. The evil atmosphere has dissipated. So many lions. This is a game with lions. And light pours in along with snow from in between the buildings. I move into the alley, and it dead ends after a little bit. At the end of the alley, I see a familiar sketchbook that appears to have been thrown away, the likeness of me that Cheryl drew on the cover of the sketchbook. This is definitely Cheryl's. I try opening it. Inside, the following is written in red ink. To school. Along Levin Street, I slipped through the back door of a house that had a doghouse and then head for the school. The surroundings gradually fill with darkness, and only the flashlight on my chest illuminates the strange street. We really are just going through every single, thing that happens in Silent Hill 1 and then some, huh? Interesting. I didn't expect them to, detail, all the little paths in between locations, you know? That and, the running faster when enemies are nearby and all that, you know? It's interesting, it's interesting. I pass through the entrance to the elementary school grounds. When I open the door that leads into the school building, I see that even more darkness is waiting for me inside. It is possible that Cheryl scribbled those letters to school. I can't be sure whether Cheryl is here or not. It's just that I haven't had a clue from anything other than that sketchbook. A guide map of the school has been tacked to the side wall of the entrance with a rusted thumbtack. After removing the map from the wall, I place it in my pocket and push open the heavy door that leads into the interior of the school building. That felt like a really long sentence. My footsteps and the creaking of the hallway, they sound like screams as they're but they love using the word reverberations. And I can barely pronounce it. This is the 4th time they've used that word already. Why they have to use big words? Why they do this? They sound like screams as their reverberations rock my eardrums. I had been walking carefully, step by step, but without realizing it, I had begun to run. What's the big word? Reverberation. Like reverb, but oration. They keep using it. It's please. No! Am I mispronouncing it a ton? Is it not just reverb? But with... I don't know how you say it. I know what it means. It's just a big word that I'm not confident in my pronunciation of. And every time I say it, I'm just like, oh no. It's sort of like reverb, but not quite. Damn. Damn. It's kind of like, I know what it means, I meant like how to pronounce the word. It's like reverb. I guess I didn't word myself properly, or I guess I didn't. My bad, my bad. You know, it's the pronunciation I'm not sure of. The actual meaning I'm good. You know? The meaning I'm good. Just pronunciation, I scream a little. Yeah. There is no sign of anyone. The silent innards of the school building are dark, and with only the flashlight on my chest, it is impossible for me to see any of the details. Cheryl doesn't have a flashlight, so if she came in here and got lost, she probably wouldn't even be able to walk around. Since I have my flashlight turned on, she should be able to notice me easily. At least, that I have modest hope. Reverb emphasizes the first syllable, but like reverberations. Which I think you said. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think we're good. I think so. I just, yeah. Yeah. I then notice that I have come to the entrance of the music room. I place my hand on the heavy door. Are they gonna have an explanation for the fucking piano puzzle? Are they gonna do it? How are they gonna explain the piano puzzle? When I open the door, I see that the inside of the room is large, and that there is a grand piano placed in the center. As I sit on the chair of the piano, I am shocked. The seat is still warm, as if someone had been sitting there just a few minutes before. Cheryl's smile runs through the back of my mind. Cheryl's often played the cheap, upright piano in her home. It had become nice background music when I was working. Perhaps Cheryl had come to the music room. I gently open the cover over the piano keys. I notice that there is red mixed in amongst the black and white. I try touching the liquid. It has a lukewarm feel. It is still holding heat. It is definitely blood. My heart pounds in my chest like an alarm bell. The large amounts of blood spilled on the keys. If this is Cheryl's blood, then she may no longer be alive. I wipe the stain off my hands onto my jeans, stand, and leave the music room? He doesn't solve the puzzle? That's fucked up. Is this literally all? Yeah. Welcome in, Val. Welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? How's it going? You know, sometimes the wheel picks a game that's all text. You know, sometimes it does. Also, sometimes it's clear when I click off the game because the audio stops. Being exposed. You know, but welcome in. Yeah, this game was a Japan exclusive. So, yeah, that's why it's not super well known, but in more recent years it's got an English patch. And was curious about, you know, just what it was. Yeah. Alright. Did I read all this? I did. Yeah, interesting they're not, like, properly solving the piano puzzle. You know? At the same time I closed the door, though, I thought I heard someone scream. Maybe it was just my imagination. I played in Japanese and read it out. I can't read kanji. Or Japanese in general. It would go terrible. I would have to make up the story as it goes, which honestly I might be able to do just going by the backgrounds and being familiar with Silent Hill 1. I might be able to get away with it, but... It would be me just reading pictures. It would be great. You know? No. I walk down the hallway. Fuck. Every time I play a game like this, we expose how little I know about pronouncing words. I need people to understand, hi, I was homeschooled in Kentucky. I don't fucking know how to pronounce the words. The sleety mixture of snow pounds hard against the windows facing the courtyard. I take a look through a window down at the dark courtyard. The not-so-large courtyard is dotted with areas in which withered plants are growing. In addition to that, an old clock tower is faintly visible. From here, I cannot determine what time the clock is pointing to. Wait, something appears to be wriggling about in the darkness. Animal? No, it's dark, and I can't see so well, but it's slowly moving on two legs. It appears to be searching for prey. You were intern? Nah. Nah, I wouldn't say that, just homeschooled. You know when you go to Kentucky and you don't go to the school system and you just go through the staying at home system. Yeah. Yeah. I should probably stop rambling with random static noises playing in your ear. Probably not. Oh well. At that moment, the radio I had clipped onto my chest suddenly began making noise as I returned to the site. Did it say giant or site? I skipped text too early. To the hallway, a sharp pain runs through my thigh. When I look down, I see that the tips of those long claws are piercing my thigh. Yeah? Those oddly shaped monsters. They are posed like they want to hug me and have gathered around my waist. They are about to bite me. Are we pushing the monster away, or are we shooting them? Is that why I'm a gay cat boy? I'm not gonna make that joke. I'm not gonna make that joke. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna be nice to you today. I'm gonna be nice. I shouldn't, but I am. I'm gonna be nice. You know, nah. I blame my Kentucky homeschooled upbringing for why I'm a VTuber though. Which I guess does count for me being a cat boy. Okay, maybe it is why I'm a gay cat boy. Maybe you've learned more about me than I know. So do you just call it fried chicken? I've never had that much fried chicken. I'm gonna be real with you. I always find it funny that Kentucky's known for fried chicken because, like, you know, like, we didn't have any, like, fried chicken places around me for, like, the longest time. Like, nowadays we do, but, yeah, find it funny. Would you believe it? I really need to get off the static, you know? I'm pushing the monster away. I'm doing it. With my right hand, I push on its head part with force and knock it away, and then totters and falls down on its face. That was when I noticed that it had been completely surrounded by these monsters. I readied the gun, I fixed my aim on their heads, and I pulled the trigger with my trembling index finger. I continue to shoot as if each one of them appears. The smoke from the gunpowder begins to fill the air around me, so I place one hand over my mouth. Even after the noise from the radio had stopped, I can only stand there, paralyzed in utter amazement. Among their corpses. Is Cheryl alright? I need to get my cat again. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. This is true. This is very, very true. You know, that you could just speedrun it. I think you could get through this game without understanding anything that's happening. I think you might be able to get to the ending by just spamming the A button, I must admit. You know? Also, I need to get, like, a counter for, like, how many, like, cat breaks I take during a stream. I think we're at 4 so far. I think so. I need a counter for that. I need to make one of those, like, chat redeem things. Make a bot count it, you know? You know? She shouldn't have been carrying anything that could have been used as a weapon. I began running. I just can't stand around it. There is not a moment to lose. Cheryl is waiting for me. Wait a minute. Suddenly my vision became hazy or something as I rubbed my eyes. Hi, Jessica. Jessica, what would you do if you were stuck in Silent Hill with me? Thank you, Jessica. Jessica, would you be able to use the gun? I ask you that, but let's be honest here. I'm still convinced that you killed everyone. So the answer is yes. That was a dumb question. You can go, Jessica. You can go. Rubbed my eyes and Jessica Fletcher appeared before me. I know it's crazy, you know. She could save us. When I look back, I see that all the bodies of the monsters have unexpectedly vanished. What? Was I hallucinating or something? Da 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 da. I pulled the guide map out of my inner pocket and shined the flashlight on it, and then I confirmed that there is a boiler room located in the basement. My feet naturally began to take me there. I descended the stairs to the basement, taking one step at a time, a school building without light. As I move forwards, I am beset on all sides by absolute darkness, and as I head towards a new fear, a new enemies, my feet have no intention of stopping their advance. But oddly enough, I don't have a sense of justice. I just want to make sure that Cheryl is safe, to catch her in my arms. That is my only goal. The boiler is not running. If I simply press the switch in front of me, then this eerie machine should begin operating. However, I just stand still. I try pushing the switch, but the boiler doesn't do anything at all, so I try opening the switchboard cover below the switch. It appears that It appears that I must somehow supply power from the main power supply to the boiler. The power supply is on the right from the left of the switchboard. A thick pipe extends out and is connected to the boiler. We have puzzles? Wait, we have puzzles? Oh. Oh. Okay. Boop. 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 Did I do it? I'm not sure that counts as a puzzle, but good for you. Good, you tried. You sure tried. Alright. They should have made me do the piano puzzle. They should have started this game with the very first interaction you had being the piano puzzle. That would have been amazing. Got it. I have an instinctive feeling that by pushing this switch that something outrageous may happen. Although at the same time, I also notice my daughter Cheryl's scream run through my heart, like a sense of duty that makes me feel that I must push the switch. I slowly push the switch in. The entire school building shudders as if it were in a giant ship. The entire elementary school building appears as if it has been swallowed by Cheryl's heart as she stands alone in the darkness. I should play the leapfrog part. If there was, I would. If there was Silent Hill 1 for the leapfrog, I absolutely would do that. You have to understand. You know? You have to. You have to. You know? You play D2 yet? I'm just gonna keep asking you this every time I see you, you know? I need you to understand what it's like to be trapped in the Canadian wilderness in the middle of the snowstorm. I need you to understand. I need you to go through it, you know? I need to see the Oomphy stuck in the Canadian snowstorm. I need to, you know? My life will not be complete without it. I understand that I must do something. To the courtyard, the darkness softly whispers to me. The clock tower looks to be about tall enough to reach the 3rd floor of the school. At its base there is a small door, about big enough for an adult to enter. While bent down, the door solemnly opens. After opening, the door seems to beckon the one standing in front of it to enter. With the irresistible mental energy, I cannot resist that power. As I enter, the door closes with a hopeless thunder. Interesting. You can still see the medals on the sides from the original PS1 game that you'll need to get this door to open. You know, they could have made that work. They could have made me do the piano puzzle, and then they could have been like, wow, I did the piano puzzle so I could go here. They could have put in the piano puzzle. They could have done it. They could have done it. They could have. They could have. I'm so disappointed in that. I feel like I'm like the one person who defends the piano puzzle. I don't think it's that bad. It's like fine. It's borderline good. You know? Inside the clock tower, a psychology... psychology. Loathsome stench hung in the air. However, the smile of my beloved daughter in my heart lessens the uneasiness and lets me forget my fear, if even for only a moment. Rest assured, I placed my foot on the ladder, leading underground, with my greatest motive called love. The inside finally became a small passage, about large enough for an adult. I ran trusting that I would see her smile ahead. I ran forward, stomping on concrete stains, with the smell of death. Once I climbed the ladder at the end of the tunnel, there will be no going back. I mutter Cheryl's name one more time. I just think it's also worth noting that we also, in this version of the game, have not explored that entire school yet. Our run through the school has been go straight to the music room, go to the boiler room, and outside. I just out of all the random little details this game has, I find it funny that they don't mention us searching literally any of the classrooms. You know? Like, story-wise, Cheryl could just be in, like, the very first classroom, just kind of chilling there. And we're like, no! We need to explore the tiny passageway on the 3rd floor. I find that funny. The depressing sounds of the door closing echoes throughout the courtyard. Where am I? A raw, warm breeze brushes past my cheek. The view lets me know that this is like a completely different world from the school I was just in. Again, I think, where am I? That's a lot of the letter I. I descend the small stairs leading away from the clock tower and become even more convinced. An extremely religious-looking design has been drawn in the center of the courtyard. Within a large double circle, a triangle has been placed, and within that, a strange pattern that looks like hieroglyphics is drawn. I don't remember this being here before, I mutter. This is definitely the school that I was just in, the placement of the trees and the construction of the building. However, a overpowering feeling of nausea rises up through my body, a revolting, horrible smell, like the stench of cutting through rotten meat, thickly weaves throughout the air, and is nearly visible to the eye. I begin to run. I can no longer bear to stay in this spot. By the time I place my hand on the door that leads inside the school building, I no longer have the strength left to tell how long I was running. Maybe it was only for an instant. The school building has dramatically changed. Metal-grated floors, blood-covered walls, corpse-like puppets hanging everywhere. It's like a nightmarish scene in which everything is isolated from the real world. In spite of that, I run. I am searching for Cheryl. The unpleasant metallic sounds of my footsteps resonate throughout the insides of the school. And then I open the door to the teacher's room. Perhaps the door is not installed correctly, as it took me several forceful tries to open it. Once I enter the room, I am shocked. Mrs. Desks are strewn about, and a raw, rotten stench rules the room. What we doing? We calling the police or we calling home? You know? This isn't a thing in the PS1 game. I don't think so. I'm curious what they're gonna do at home. Like, there's no way I just call home and then they're just like, no one picked up the phone. Like, it's gotta be more than that, right? It's gotta be more. There's no way they just have nothing happen. Without knowing why, I dialed my home number, where no one should be. Maybe there is a chance that Cheryl has already returned home. With slight hope, The phone is ringing. The mechanical electric sound repeats over and over, then all of a sudden it stopped. Hello? The voice of a man I don't know escapes from the receiver. Hello? Who is this? From the receiver I hear a gasp. Ah! Click. The phone went dead. I stood bewildered for a bit, with the receiver pressed against my ear. There is a man in my house where no one should be, a man I don't know. I gently hang up the receiver, and for a bit I am captivated by that blue telephone. I begin to leave the room. My heart rapidly concentrates. The mechanical bells sound echo throughout the room. I nervously approach the telephone and once again pick up the receiver. Daddy, help me. Yep. It's Cheryl. There's no mistaking it. I firmly press the receiver against my ear. Daddy, where are you? Cheryl. Is this Cheryl? At that moment, Cheryl's voice is replaced by a busy signal. I knew it. I think Cheryl is here. Being located in the residential area, many children probably come to the school. The interior of the elementary school is larger than I imagined. Including classrooms, there are a lot of rooms, so locating Cheryl will be extremely difficult. If Cheryl wasn't brought here by someone and instead came here of her own free will, then perhaps she might be in that one room? What do they mean by that one room? Huh? I spin around and run to the stairs at the end of the hall and then sprint up them. I have come to the library and my eyes are drawn to the open book here. It was. Wait, what? Wait, we get to decide what the fuck the book is? Wait. Wait. Okay. Huh. I mean, it's a children's school. It's gotta be a children's book. You know? There's no way anything could ever be weird in Silent Hill. It's impossible. It's impossible. I picked up the book and see an abstract illustration of a youth carrying a bow and arrow on its cover. Someone has been reading this book. I begin to read the book from the beginning of the page. It was left open in a quiet voice. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard," but upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this furious, the lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." And then the huge creature attacked, jaws wide open. This is what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless man. And the lizard fell down dead. Did it say man at the end? I feel like it did, but whatever. This is from Old Fairy Tale. I remember reading it as a kid. As I say this, I take a step back, as if I have realized something. Wait, I think I become gripped with the sense that my actions have been controlled by someone this entire time. Coming to the library, seeing that specific page, in the open book, even whatever it is that I must do now, it is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened, everything has been in someone else's hands. I have gradually come to understand this. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own course. I love Tonkin House. You know, this is how you know you tasked Tonkin House with making your Silent Hill for the Can you tell I get lightheaded when I talk a ton and then my thinking stops? This is how you know you have Tonkin House making your port of Silent Hill for the GBA. Because I feel like they're the only people who would look at Silent Hill's plot and be like, yeah, but what if we gave Harry an existential crisis about the player controlling him? What if we did this? What if we did this? I think it's cool. I think so. I love Tonkin House. Yeah. I accept the direction of the unseen one. To whom I must obey. In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I now know where it is I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time. I descend a staircase from which uncomfortably warm air flows, and find an elevator at its base that invites me to descend even farther. As its doors slowly open, once I enter its doors close, and in the next moment, with a rusty clunk sound, the elevator begins to descend at a higher rate of speed. Just how far down is it going? All I can do is go with the flow. Gradually, the elevator and I are enveloped in a hot, humid air. The elevator stops and I step off and its doors open. Beyond, a short passage, a dazzling light emits from a small room which has been awaiting for my arrival. In the center, of fires of hell burned, and everything made it look like this room was meant for prayer. And then it was there. It slowly moved around. The enormous squirts from which flames and ash rose. The lizard looks to have suddenly mutated. Its outer shell is a mucus membrane type. It just stared at me, and with surprisingly comfortable speed, it looks for a chance to attack. I mean, if you give me the chance to not learn a single lesson from the children's book, what if I just learn nothing? What if I just learn nothing and run away? It's like basically Resident Evil. It's basically Resident Evil. It's basically Resident Evil. Nothing bad would ever... Why can't... There it goes. It was not liking me trying to pick that. I was overwhelmed by its size. I've got to escape. I don't stand a chance with the feeble weapon in my pocket. I'll look for an escape route. However, the entrance I came through is now closed by a thick, solid metal fence, without any opening which it could slide through. I cannot escape. At that moment, a part of my memory was suddenly awakened. Definitely. In the light. What if I learn nothing? What if I learn nothing? I'm not learning from the book. I refuse. In the teacher's room, the phone call I received, Cheryl's cries danced about in my memory. That's right. I cannot let myself die here. Cheryl is waiting for someone, for me to rescue her. She is still alive. I raised my head. Its hard scales shined in the light from the hell's fire. It must have a weak point. If I can just hit that. I stood my ground and waited for its attack. I let it draw as close as I could, inside its mouth. If I fire blindly in there... It had drawn close, and then its mouth sprung open, as if it were looking for a plant to swallow me whole. My fingers trembled at its size. I could no longer hesitate. I aimed at the inside of its mouth and quickly pulled the trigger. Over and over and over and over, the sound of gunshots rang out from the weapon, for as long as I had ammunition. And then I lost consciousness. When I came to, I found myself in the middle of a dark room. Where is this? I wondered to myself. The monster from before had vanished. I heavily stood up and then waited, motionless, for a bit, until my eyes came into focus. Somehow this looks to be the boiler room. It is oddly quiet. Maybe I was dreaming. My very exhausted body seems to have also recovered somehow. The low hum of the boiler strangely calms my nerves. And then I sense the presence of a person and I shift my gaze. There was a girl standing there. She was wearing dark blue clothing, and her light brown hair was neatly combed. The girl was just standing right at me. Once I noticed her, I began to step towards her. She completely disappeared, as if her body just dissolved into the air of the room. I was alone in the room again. What was that? A strange feeling of relief. After standing for a bit, I let out a long breath, and then placed my hand on the door of the entrance. Sunlight is shining into the hall of the school building. As usual, the snow is still outside, but I am gripped with a strange sense of relief, as if cancerous cells have just been removed from me. Filled with relief, I slowly walk towards the exit of the school building, and then I learn that Cheryl is not here, from the loud sound of the church bells that seem to call out to me. I began to run towards the church on a road half covered in mud. Snow falls above my head, some of which freezes in my hair as the chilly air flows by. When I reached the church, I pushed open the heavy door without hesitation. Look at that, we got more F&B. For half a second. Amazing. A cross is mounted on the front wall. Long benches are lined up and down on both sides of a small walkway. It was as if time had stopped for this familiar style church. In front of the altar, a sly-looking woman with cold eyes looked down at me. With an eerie grin, I stopped walking up to her. Stepping one step at a time, she gazed at me without blinking. She looked as if she had predicted that I would arrive. Were you ringing that bell? The woman snorted with a humph. I've been expecting you. It was foretold by Geromancy. What are you talking about? I knew you'd come. You'd want the girl, right? The girl? You're talking about Cheryl. My eyes grew wide. I see everything. You know something? Tell me. Stay back. The woman held the palm of her hand out at me, and then lowered her chin in a way that suggested, please calm down. Nothing is to be gained by floundering about at random. You must follow the path of the hermit concealed by Flaros. What? What are you talking about? I asked once more without hiding my bewilderment. Here, the Flaros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late. The woman held up a strange object, and then placed it on the desk, on top of the altar. Wait, don't go yet. Will I believe the woman's story? Or was her story too unclear? And I can't just carelessly believe her. Seems legit. I mean, she knew that we were looking for a girl. She knew something. You know? You know, you know. You know. I think I'm trying to think what they do in like the original game, you know, because I want to see like what like the new writing. Like, don't get me wrong, this is all technically new writing, but it's all just a retelling, you know. And I want to like try and push the plot outside of the like line that's already been set out for them. There's better ways to word that, but y'all know what I mean. I don't think I can believe her. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I thought that that insane woman's behavior and that the details of her story were questionable. All that remains in the church is the— oh my fucking god, they love the word reverberations. They love this word. They love this word. Okay, that's like our 5th time. All that remains in the church is the reverberations of the sound of the door closing. I go after that woman. I am convinced that that woman definitely knows some secret of some sort. However, the knob of the door that she went through, though, it will not turn at all. It must be locked from the other side. Damn. Now I am the only one left in the church, almost as if taken from a nightmare. This place has heat, this warmth. This feels like it is protecting me from something. That is the best way to describe the heat. I move away from the door and begin walking towards the altar that woman was at. The object that the woman was holding had been placed there. The flower rose. That is certainly what that woman had called this. I tried picking it up, and then I placed it back on top of the desk right away. It is power. The overwhelming power of the gods rests inside this four-sided object. It was sensational, like an electrical current passing into the palm of my hand, and then power moving throughout every nook and cranny of my body. I picked it up once more. This time, I calmly take it into my hand, and then placed it in my pocket. For some reason, I'm convinced that this object will help me find Cheryl. That was an incredibly short music loop. That was... that was incredibly short. Alright, sure. I picked up the key that was next to the floros, opened the door of the church, and rushed out into the heatless snow world again. Hospital? That woman certainly said something about one. Alchemella Hospital. The only hospital I could find on the map was that one. I could see my breath as I exhaled as I headed towards the entertainment district. The bridge to the entertainment district has been raised so that the boats can pass by it in the river below. In other words, it is split in the middle, and it is fixed in a raised position that makes it look like the Japanese katakana character. That one. I don't know how you pronounce that one. I have a feeling this reference would make more sense in the original Japan release of this game. I enter the nearby I enter the nearby drawbridge control room. I place the key I was holding into the control panel and forcefully turn it to the right, while emitting a sound like the old woman laughing at the bridge. My goodness, I swear, sometimes I'm on a good flow of reading and sometimes I'm not. While emitting a sound like an old woman laughing, the bridge finally begins to lower, inviting me to the entertainment district. After crossing the bridge, I shudder. The temperature is gradually declining, or maybe it is just the result of that thing inside me that produces nervousness and fear. On this wide road, there is not a single motorcycle running. I'm running right down the center of it. If I continue forward, Alchemella Hospital should be on the right. A old building appears in the thick fog. On the signboard, Acamella appears in faded letters. Its eeriness caused me to hesitate for an instant, but in the next moment I placed my hand on the cold gate. I opened the heavy hospital gate, and then opened the door directly to my right that has the words entrance written on it. The inside of the hospital is wrapped in silence. To the left there is a reception area which various papers are neatly placed on a shelf. Waiting benches are lined alongside the back of this hall, and a television is pointed at them. I do not feel the presence of any patients, or even any people. Only faint light pierces. Nope. Only faint light pours in through the windows from the cloudy sky. The hall is filled with a trance sense of alcohol, which penetrates my nose. I begin walking. After passing through the waiting room, I reach a long corridor. I open the door marked examination room. Ah! I've been jump scared. At almost the exact same time as I opened the door, a man inside jumped out of his chair. He's holding a handgun at his chest. Let's be honest here. I'm hiding behind the door in a panic. I'm not attacking. I'm screaming at this man. Wait, I hold out my right hand to try and stop the man. Hold it, stop, don't shoot, wait, I'm not here to fight. The man calms down and lowers his ready to right arm. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation. I said all of this without pausing, and then the man took a deep breath and began to speak. Thank God, another human being. Do you work here? I was truly relieved. Silent Hill, which has become a habitat for strange monsters. Those words showed his Words showed his candid questioning of the situation. I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital, so maybe you can tell me what's going on. That man who called himself Kaufman once again stirs in his chair he is sitting in. I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared, and it's snowing out this time of year. He looks off the floor of the examination room. There on the floor, the corpse of a still warm monster lays on the side. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see any of those monsters? Have you ever seen such abbreviations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist. Yeah. And then I turn to face him, as I realized something. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? She's my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair. She's missing? I'm sorry, but with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you? She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter. I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing. So long. Good luck out there. Bang! The examination room door shuts powerlessly. Dr. Michael Kaufman. Oddly enough, I have completely memorized that name. Huh? I suddenly notice that there is something on the floor that looks like a white scrap of paper. What's this? I pick it up. Letters have been disorderly scribbled on it. Arrival tomorrow morning. Be prepared. What? What is this? We can check to see if there's anything else or go after Kaufman. What we think in chat as I take a moment to drink water and, like, breathe. You know, I swear my brain moves faster than my lungs, you know? I might be able to talk at a decent speed, but you know, I talk like that for like 30 minutes straight. I get so lightheaded. Examine the environment. Alright. We can do that. We can do that. Yeah. I carefully look around on the floor, but it doesn't appear that there's anything else interesting that's been dropped. I look all around the examination room. Up until a short time ago, this was just a normal room in a hospital with its various instruments and tools all about, each abruptly arranged per function. Only people have been erased from this normal scene, making the situation unnatural. I leave the examination room, I pass through the medicine room, and reach a planked floor corridor that silently extends into an L shape. I move forwards and find that there was that elevator with a large door at the end of the corridor. I try pressing the buttons besides it. Nothing happens. It looks like the power is off. There are several doors in the corridor. I begin opening each one in order. I open the door marked meeting room. Heading inside and close the door behind me, a large table rests in the center of the room, and I notice that there is something glittering on top of it. I grasp the light green key, leave the room, and step once again into the chilly corridor. The next room looks to be a kitchen. I guess that the food for patients is probably prepared here. Various bronze cooking utensils are neatly arranged in order on the various stainless steel countertops. It does not appear that anything terribly important is here. I carefully look through the various cooking utensils. Inside a large pot there is nothing at all. While continuing to search to see if there might be some clue here or not, I notice that on the far wall, various objects have been scattered about. I carefully move forwards on the wet floor as not to slip. Something is there. I reach my hand towards the thing in front of me. Okay, do we want the knife or the pet bottle? It's gotta be the pet bottle, right? Like, who needs a knife when you have a gun? You know? I don't need a knife. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, right? I don't know what a pet bottle even is, but you know. You know. If it's just like a random little bottle with like a picture of a dog on it, I'm sure it'll be I'm sure it'll be helpful. I'm sure. I move past one of the sinks and notice an empty pet bottle sitting on the end of the counter. It's not even full. Perhaps this might come in handy for something. I mutter this and grab the empty pet bottle, and then I leave the kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, I head right and place my hand on the first door that I come to. I notice the words director's office out in the corner of my eye as I open the door. From inside the room, a strong stench overflows outward and causes me to feel dizzy. Someone has ransacked the room. Behind the desk that probably belongs to the director, several bottles have been broken, leaving red and blue liquid spilled all over the floor. If I use the pet bottle... Chat, we want the red liquid, the blue liquid, or the mixture liquid? I'm leaning towards mixture. You know, why limit yourself to one thing that may or may not be poison when you could have two things that may or may not be poison? You know? I just think it sounds nice. But yeah, we can do mix. Sorry, thought. Letting the water settle and whatnot in my stomach. Sorry about that. Yeah, no. Alright. I get out the pet bottle and use a fragment of the bottle section of one of the broken bottles to pour the purple liquid into it. The sticky liquid drips into the pet bottle. The last drop lingered, but once it finally hit the surface, the liquid already inside the pet bottle, I tightly closed the cap and then left the director's office. I crept out into the corridor once more and stood in front of that door that was closest to the elevator. I opened the door, and the reverberations of the sounds of it opening and then closing shake my eardrums. The walls are made of concrete, and a few steps and a staircase leading to the basement extends like it folds inside the body of a snake. It is dark and difficult to see, but it looks like there is a door at the bottom of the staircase. Be brave, I mutter to myself. Leaving only the echoes of my footsteps, I descend the staircase to hell, one step at a time, and then I open the door, leading to darkness. I could see that the electricity was most likely out in the entire hospital. I pressed the switch on my flashlight on my chest and tried lighting the area. It is creepy, and yet there is nothing noticeably out of place. Chilly air drifts from the cold concrete, and it seems as if touching it would completely rob my body of its warmth. While moving through the corridor, I try opening the doors as I come to them. Of them, one opens with a creak. Emergency generator is written on the machine that occupies most of the room. To reach the second floor and above, it did not look like there was any other method other than using the elevator, so without hesitation I turned the machine on. I immediately head for the elevator. I press the up button. The heavy sound of the motor and the sounds of the metal parts coming into contact with each other almost sounds like intertwined screams. With a ding, the elevator stops and its doors slowly open. The inside of the elevator is large, and it seems to be big enough to accept 3 hospital beds. Buttons for each floor are lined up on the right of the elevator door. They are marked 3, 2, and 1, and B from the bottom down. First, I head to the second floor. However, after I step off that elevator, I find that the door connecting to the corridor that leads to the rooms of this floor is locked. With no alternative, I try heading to the third floor, but I find that it's in the same state. Well, now what? I have already tried to do everything on every floor. With nothing else to do, I re-entered the elevator, and then I could not believe my eyes. Of the buttons for each floor, 3 was definitely the highest floor before. Just before, in spite of that, a new 4 button has been added. The elevator doors open with a familiar sound, and I step out onto the 4th floor. Again, I think a condition extremely similar to that in which I encountered after passing through the basement in the clock tower at the elementary school was present right in front of me. Dark, red, rusted walls, metal grated floors, and a ringing in my ears that seems to creep up from the depths of hell is a menace to my mental state. I open the door in front of me, and a long corridor extends beyond it. I very carefully move forwards while keeping my eyes fixed on the wall. Could Cheryl be here? The only way to find out is to search this place. Huh? I can hear something in the darkness. In front of me, it sounds like the groan of something dragging on the ground. The owner of that groan is slowly closing in on me, but I cannot see what it is for sure with the faint light of my flashlight. I instantly... What if we just leave? What if we just leave? What if fuck that shit, I'm out. sorry to all the people who want murder, but yeah, just like leave. Welcome in, Uber Kidding. How's it going? Welcome in. I'm in danger. I try running away. However, I can hear the owner of that eerie grin pursuing me from behind. I thought that maybe it was echoing off the walls, but that is not the case. I became aware of my situation. I am clearly surrounded. There is nowhere to run to. I have no choice. It is probably not human. I firmly grip the gun, position my finger on the trigger, and begin to walk towards it with the gun readied in my face. Running was not an option. It kind of was, and then we instantly gave up and did the other option anyways. I really think half the options in this game are fake. I think so. I think half the decisions in this game lead to the exact same thing. Which, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a retelling of a game that's already, like, linear. You know, how much can you have different decisions in a linear game, you know? The illusion of choice, yeah. We've definitely had a couple, like, actual choices, but there's been a lot of illusion of choice. Eventually, something white enters my field of vision. I adjust aim of the flashlight on my chest, and with my hand and shine light on it. The monster has a very large hump on its back, which twitches and moves as if it were alive. In one hand it holds a knife, which it waves at me as it approaches me. In the instant I ready my gun, the monster began to run. By the time I realized this, it slashed at me. I instantly dropped the attack, and thanks to that, damn, I kick it with the bottom, I kick it in the face with the bottom of my shoe, and it falls down on its back, and then it begins to stand for its next attack. I close my left eye and study my aim. Even after one shot hit, its movement does not change at all. I fire more bullets at it. It is laughing. In a voice great enough to shake the entire world, it laughs as its face twists and distorts. I cannot give up. When the final bullet loaded into my gun hits, it finally stops laughing. This time it is facing down. I began crushing it with my foot. This is insane. Another monster approaches from behind the corpse of the first one. At this rate, all of the bullets in the world would not be enough. All I can do is run. This is like a visual novel with half the visuals. Okay, but it has the cutscenes from the first game. You gotta keep in mind, this game has video, and it's a GBA game. We are very limited on storage. You have to understand. You have to. I'm running past the monster in front of me, I think so. I begin to run towards the monster in front of me. Evading the large swings of its knife, I run down the dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. Also, I will say, they put a Let's Shrek on a GBA mod. Okay, but you make a good case. You make a good case. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know? But yeah, I will say this game doesn't market itself as a visual novel, it markets itself as a play novel. So do with that what you will. Do with that what you will. You know? I begin to run towards the monster in front of me. Evading the large swings of its knife, I run down the dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. I see a staircase leading down. I race down it, knowing not whether if something is waiting for me at or not at its base. I'm thinking about Cheryl. Even if she is held prisoner somewhere in this hospital, there is no guarantee that I can rescue her here. In fact, there is no reason that the staircase I am descending should lead me to Cheryl. I begin to think about all that my current actions are meaningless. However, generally speaking, since I arrived in Silent Hill, no. Since the day before leaving for Silent Hill, no. Even longer. Since the day I met Cheryl, perhaps. I've had no choice in my actions. That they have been determined by someone's will. As I continue to the base of the stairs, I contemplate, what if my life up to this point had just been on one track? As I descend the stairs, my ears begin ringing again. The ringing is so forceful that I cannot even be compared to before, and it forces me to squat down. What in the world has happened? Perhaps I have opened a door to hell, a door that should have never been opened. Something is clearly changing, and it is for worse. It is for the worst. Going back will not be permitted. I must move forward. I put my hands together on my head, and then squeeze my temples tightly by using my elbows. The ringing then begins to sound like demons whispering in my ears. However, it doesn't stop. I blindly begin to run. Even if I am to die in this mad land, I must save my beloved Cheryl first. Believing that the answers are beyond the door, I know that I must discover at least one clue. You know, it's a Tonkin House game. There's gotta be at least a million existential crises. You know, it's Tonkin House. I love Tonkin House. Shout out to Tonkin House. I need to mention them every single chance I get. It's like the law. Several figure. Nope. Let me try that again. Okay. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sound of my heart. It is the wall at the end of the area. Another wall lies perpendicular to it. There is a door present on this wall with a plate on it that says storehouse. Some chemicals have been placed on the table that is next to the door. There are 3 beakers of different sizes and a test tube. The test tube contains a liquid that is of a different color to that than which is to the leftmost beaker. I found a memo. To create it, you must come up with 1 delicier of liquid and pour it into the test tube. No more, no less, that man had said. But there are no graduations on the beakers. Graduates? Okay. I feel like graduations is absolutely the wrong word. Graduations on the beakers. This makes it impossible to come up with 1 delicier using these 3 large beakers. Examples. Oh shit, we have another little puzzle, don't we? Okay. Except this one has controls. Use the D-pad to select a beaker that contains liquid, and then confirm with the A button. Then choose the beaker that you wish to move the liquid to, and press the A button to move that liquid. Using the 10 deliciers, 7 deliciers, and 5 delicier beacons, you must create an amount of exactly 1 delicier. What? I don't fully know what a delicier is. Oh, the door won't budge an inch? What? Okay. I thought I was doing a puzzle. I am. Okay, cool. Meow. This one. That looks maybe like a graphical issue. Maybe. Just maybe. Does 5 and 5 count as even? Does that count? Is that what I'm doing? Maybe, possibly, because they already had it all in one, you know? Alright, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Wait. Oh, okay, okay, I see what, I get it, I get it, I get what they're, okay, okay, I get the goal, I get the goal, I get the goal. I don't know how to do it, but I get it. You know, you know, you would love to be in that. What, you into, random slime, whatever the fuck this is. You know, you know, I must admit, I must admit. I think, there we go. I think I did it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, no, they didn't translate the text. How could this happen? How could they not translate the text for a single page? Did you know I have a Discord notification? Would you believe this? Would you? Would you believe this? Oh yeah, I need to like maybe not. Amazing. Incredible. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You know? Okay, okay. Let me like actually keep Discord like somewhat up though. Let me do that because every time I click off the game, it like, you know, mutes the audio. So let me just like have it up so where I can see it without clicking constantly. You know? Harry melted the chain on the door. With the completed liquid, the door slowly opens with a click. Inside the storehouse, nothing important looking stands out. I carefully edge between the simple metal shelves that have been placed between here in a specific arrangement. However, nothing is here that makes this room worthy of being called a storehouse. I am drawn towards the cabinet in the back of the room. This is because I found a presence. Nope. This is because I found the presence of the wooden cabinet strange and unsuitable for this simple room. I approach the cabinet, and I try to open it, however, it will not budge. I think maybe we should look inside of the cabinet. I think if I was gonna put something next to a cabinet, it would be inside of it. Not under it or above it, but inside. You know? They should put me in a cabinet. Have I haven't told that story on stream in years before. When I was a kid, I used to sleep in a closet. You know, not because like I didn't have a room or anything, you know? Like, you know, that's just like casually where the bed was. Like the closet was like attached to like the room, and you know, sometimes I think about that. And every once in a while I look at like my current closet and I'm like, what if I do that again? What if I like sleeping in like tiny areas, you know? You know? I think more people I think we need to make like bedrooms smaller. I think we do. I think we do. You know, I love sleeping in a tiny room. I love sleeping in like a little cave. You know? It's nice. It's nice. And you know, point is, I should like remodel my little closet. That way I can like maybe sleep in it. Though I think I'm like too tall. Oh well, I'll just have to like curl up. I love sleeping in tiny places. It's amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so good. You know? Yeah, hoping for some Narnia shenanigans. That's true too. That might have been a part of it. I was a big fan of the Narnia movies as a child. Yeah. Yeah. Putting force into my fists, I pound the cabinet's small wooden doors until they're broke. Inside, there is nothing of particular value. At that time, I noticed that I could feel the cold air coming from behind the cabinet, and at that same time, I noticed marks that looked like they had been left over from something dragging on the floor. The marks of the floor are still fresh. They tell me that something other than human probably came down here. Is there something beyond this cabinet? You used to sleep in a tiny tent in your room? That sounds wonderful. That sounds just absolutely wonderful. I need that in my life. I need that in my life. You know, Val wants to be trapped in a jar for all of time, and I just want a tiny bed and a tiny closet. You know. Yeah. Using my body weight, I slowly pushed the cabinet from its original position. The existence of the inviting room behind the cabinet seems completely natural, so of course I place my hand on it. The room is very inorganic. While shining my flashlight about, I move through the room and eventually discover a grate in the floor. From between the bars in the grate, I can see a staircase that leads to a lower floor. The grate makes a clunk sound as I open it. It is quite heavy, even though I am quite sure of my strength. I do not believe that I could pick it up. After opening the grate enough so that I can pass through it, I gently place one foot on the staircase that has appeared. Slowly and cautiously, confirming each step as I go, I descend the staircase to go to a mad place in which light cannot reach. Finally, I reach a wide open room, much wider than I imagined. I guess this based on my echoes of the footsteps. Run. I am running. Why am I running? I am running through this eerie space that lies in the basement of the hospital. It is lifeless, and there is no light. All I can do is run through it. Does this world have an end, or did it even have a beginning? Everywhere I go, all that I do is solve the mysteries that appear one after another, and then move on. I understand this and expect that the same situation will continue. Still, all I can do is move forward, so my thinking always results in this conclusion. This door has awaited me. I slowly turn the knob. The insides of this room is different from the ones I have encountered up to this point. I can feel life in here. There are traces and a sense that someone was in this room. I softly pick up the picture frame that was displayed on the desk. Alyssa. That is engraved on the picture frame. I gaze at the picture. It is a face that I think I have seen somewhere. I try to remember where, as hard as I can, but in the end I cannot remember at all, but I am sure that I have met this girl somewhere, and more than just once. A diary has been placed next to the picture frame. I reach out with my hand and... Do we pick up the diary or the picture? I mean, we already see the picture. You know? Like, we gotta pick up the diary, right? Like, what else are we gonna learn from the picture? What else are we gonna learn? You know? I guess we could maybe learn, like, a date where it was taken. I think a diary might be more important. I think so. Final answer, diary. Something is written in the diary. April 15th. From today, this will be my new diary. I'll... Help. Help, my brain just died. I keep wanting to say Alyssa. Lisa, there we go, my goodness, that... Lisa, just took a while for, whatever. Meow, 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 meow. Lisa secretly gave this to me as a present, and it means that soon I should be able to take my bandages off. A bird landed on a branch of the tree outside my window. I gazed at it for a bit. Seeing those beautiful colors, I thought again that it must be spring. I wish I could play outside like the other children. It is now afternoon, and they have come again. I pretended to be asleep, and it looks like they did not notice. They talked quietly, as if not to be heard outside my room. I do not understand the meaning of what they discussed. They never talk in this room. I thought, April 16th. Someone is talking outside my room. It sounds serious, but it doesn't seem to be about me. Perhaps it's because he doesn't want to disturb me? Even the hospital director has not come to see me as much lately. I don't like the director very much. So, I am honestly quite happy. April 16th. P.S. By some strange chance, I learned a certain person is coming to visit me. April 17th. Everyone's been in a rush for some reason. Since before sunrise this morning, something about a dead person coming back to life. Does that really happen? Is it a frightening story? And because of that, My meal was a little late. The cold soup was disappointing. Suddenly I remembered him. Maybe he has forgotten me, but I definitely remember him. Lately I think of him often. I want to see him. It looks like my visitor is coming in the evening of the day after tomorrow. Before then, just once. April 18th. It is finally tomorrow. I will not tell anyone about this. If I tell anyone, they will probably strap me to my bed. Before they arrive, the friend that I can share my feelings, the only one. I wonder if she will realize this. Tonight, I will go to bed early. April 19th. I must get out of here. For the first time in a while, I have worn my favorite pendant. Does it look good on me? I will write about the results here tomorrow. April 20th. Yep. The last page is blank. I placed the diary under my arm and prepared to leave the room. However, my eyes once again returned to that picture frame that the diary had been placed next to. She was all alone, but I have Cheryl. The girl in the picture is appealing to me for something. In the painful silence, I can feel a spiritual message. After wavering, I removed the picture from the frame and slid it into my pocket, and then I left the room. Alyssa, just who is she? And why is her picture on display in the deep basement of the hospital? And where was that strange feeling of a life that I sensed in that room coming from? I am unable to figure any of it out on my own, and so I am irritated. I head for the examination room on the first floor. All the mysteries of the hospital are surely prepared in that room. Believing so, I raced up the stairs while having difficulty breathing. When I open the door to the examination room, I feel that the presence of a person and stopped moving. The insides of the room is dark. Someone is here. Who is it? Okay, did we slowly walk in the room or did we just start committing crimes? We gotta commit the crimes. We gotta... You know, sometimes you walk in a room and you think there might be a person there, so you gotta just keep shooting your gun. You know? You know? I readied the handgun, so there's more of you bastards. I can depend only upon my gun in this hospital, which had become a nest for monsters. At the moment I was about to pull the trigger, a woman shrieked, "Wait, don't shoot, I'm human." With the gun still readied, I carefully looked at the woman under the desk. What are you doing under there? Oh my goodness, we got video. Look at this video. We got like 3 frames a second. Once the woman realized that I was a human, she ran towards me and threw her arms around me like a child would. Finally, someone else who's okay. After mumbling those words in a tearful voice, she held me more tightly. Who are you? My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours? Harry Mason. After we exchanged our simple introductions, I sat in a chair and she sat on the bed so that we were facing each other. The woman that called herself Lisa had blonde hair and an intelligent look to her. Maybe she might know something. At that moment I was about to speak to the woman and began talking. Harry, tell me what's been happening here. Where is everyone? I must have gotten knocked out when I came to. Everyone was gone. Her voice did not feel like it was coming from her body, and was accompanied by a strange reverberation. That's reverberation, word count, like 6? 6 or 7. It's awful. So, you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this all some kind of bad dream. As I select my words, I have a feeling that even my own words are not coming from my body. Let me ask you. Yeah, a living nightmare. Let me ask you. Have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old? I mutter, Cheryl, in a voice that Lisa could not hear. A 7-year-old girl? What? She's your daughter? Yes, a 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry. Oh, that's alright. That was just as I expected. But I continue asking questions without showing my disappointment. Do you know anything at all about this weird stuff in the basement? No? Why? Is there something down there? You don't know? Don't you work here? We're under strict orders to never enter the basement storeroom. After changing the subject to the hospital basement, I began to notice that my thoughts were becoming muddy. So, I really don't know. What did you say was down there? Well, I try hard, as I can, to remember the pitiful sight of that room in the basement. However, in trying to trace my memory back to that ringing, which had been gone for a while, returned to my ears. A sound like the bells of the church run through my head. Damn, my head. What's wrong, Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry. Lisa has vanished. After a while, I notice that my body is freezing cold. It is as if I am dead, but I am clearly conscious. Where is Lisa? I was definitely talking to her in this examination room. I can no longer feel the evil presence that I felt in this room. No, in this entire hospital up until just before. From the windows, soft light is pouring into the room. Was I dreaming? As I slowly get up, I hear the sound of a door opening. I instantly look towards the source of the sound. The creepy woman I met at the church was standing there, with a expressionless look on her face. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, how's it going, Birdie? What were y'all doing over on the Birdie channel, you know? Also, hi, I am Deps. I play retro games over 20 years old. Today, I am playing Silent Hill Play Novel. This is a retelling of Silent Hill 1 for the Game Boy Advance. It's an interesting one. I like how it's been written so far, you know? I can't say, I've played through Silent Hill 1 multiple times. I can't say the plot's, super, shocking to me, you know? But I like how it's written a lot. I do. Yeah. But, hi, I'm Dubs to play words. Sorry, I'm like a little out of it. A little tiny bit out of it. When I talk like a ton, I get lightheaded, and then I can't think. I already did my intro, didn't I? I did something, but yeah. What were y'all doing over there on the Birdie channel? What was happening over there? And welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah. See Silent Hill on your soul? Honestly, yeah. Very good series. Very good series. You were too late. It's you. Yes. Dialigisby. Tell me, everything you know. What's going on? Darkness, she responded before I even was done speaking. The town is being devoured by darkness. The woman continues while maintaining a devout look. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this. Believe the evidence of your eyes, so I should believe the evidence of my eyes. I understand. I am in a situation in which I can only believe what I have seen with my own eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crested mark on the grounds all over the town? So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean? It is the mark of Semel. Don't let it be completed. Hey, wait. Doing some found footage with content warning? Nice. Very nice. Also, hello, game. You didn't just freeze, right? No, this game doesn't save. No! Gisby left us and that was that. No! Fuck! Well, what do you do? What's one to do? If a game crashes. Because I don't think this game saves. Well? Huh. I sure hope this game auto-saves. Uh-oh. 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 Please be okay. Please be okay. Please say it had an autosave. Oh my god, it had an autosave. Amazing. Incredible, incredible. Hell yeah, we're so back. We're so back. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, notice. Okay. I'll skip back. Skip past the text that we just saw. New Game Plus. I think there's technically a little bit of that, but you know, not yet, not yet. No, that would be illegal. We need to beat the game first. However you beat this. Okay. Gatsby, please don't crash the game every time you leave the screen. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay, we did it. Okay, okay. We managed to load up the next area. She didn't break our game. Incredible. Dahlia Gillespie. She places an oddly shaped key with an examination tape on. She places an oddly shaped key on an examination table with a tap, spins around, heads to the door, and then opens it. I open the door that she closed and roll out into the hospital corridor, but she is nowhere to be seen. The other church. But if I exclude the church that I already visited, I do not know anything that looks like a church on the map. I slowly open the phone book attached to the payphone in the courtyard. In the corridor. There is a mark. What? In there, a mark is present to guide me. It is next to a phone number for an antique shop in the northeast area of the shopping district. After leaving the hospital, I began to walk at a loss. It's not that I am tired, but that I am sick of the constant weather. I recall what Kaufman said. He is a person that lives in this town, yet he did not appear to know why everyone disappeared. When I woke up, it was like this. That is most certainly what he said. Dahlia. She is a mysterious woman. She seems to be holding some secrets, but she always disappears before I can ask her anything. Even in meeting me and talking to me was just a little too convenient. I gotta admit, I totally skipped by the last page too quickly and made up some words. I don't know. We're gonna act like it flowed. Maybe she read the future or something. At any rate, she seems to have predicted that I would come here, and she spoke about this. And then there's Cheryl's whereabouts. Everything has been unreasonable and illogical. My irritation is increasing, and I end up losing my cool. The antique shop? Yeah, this is it. For a moment I was taken with the sense that someone was watching me, but without looking back I entered the door as if I was being swallowed by it. The inside of the shop is small, and I look around using my flashlight and find that this place is such a mess that it almost looks like it's been ransacked by a thief. Is something there? At first glance, I don't think that there is anything here that concerns me. However, I did not miss that which was hidden behind a shelf. I move the shelf step by step, and an eerie passage leading into darkness appears. What's this? Harry! I look back towards a familiar voice. Sybil? Sybil! Who should have left for the next town over. Call for backup was there. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts. What are you doing here? I thought you left town. I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running, and the phones and radios are still out, too. What about my daughter? Did you see her? No. Sybil shook her head back and forth. Unfortunately, haven't. I looked down. What about you? Anything? Yeah. I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her? Dahlia Gillespie? I just met her at the church. Something about her. She's quite a creepy person. She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means? I really don't know. As for me, she said you can no longer make it in time, and such things I did not understand the meaning of. And then we just looked at each other for a bit, each of us thinking something. How is the gun I gave you? Sybil asked with a bright smile. There have been several situations in which I have had to use it. It seems like I've finally gotten used to using it. Well, you know you won't get over that if you don't use it after all. Sybil brushed her finger to the tip of her nose. We didn't just crash again. Okay, I was gonna say. I was like, no, not twice in a row. No. Illegal. Just where is that feeling of emptiness that runs through this room coming from? My body, and the images entering my pupils. It all seems like I am in a dream, that my mind is isolated from them. Sybil's calls brought me back around. Hey, Harry? Yeah, what's wrong? Sybil looked slightly irritated and then took a long breath. She shifted her gaze to the passage behind the shelf. What's this? Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there. Let's have a look. Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first. I'm a cop. I should go. No, I'm going. Sybil placed her hand over my mouth to keep me from speaking. Even though I look like this, I am a police officer. Please, leave everything to me. Think of this as my job. I remained silent for a bit and then gave in to her. Okay, please be careful. I peer inside the hidden passage. Inside it looks as unseen barrier of darkness has been set up, which makes it look like a place no one should enter. I intuitively sense that it would be dangerous to move into this passage. It is the kind of passage. What kind of passage? I feel like there was more text there. Okay, strange. I talk to Sybil once as she enters the passage. Sybil? Yes. Do you know anything about, well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream. What are you talking about? I'm not quite sure. I try and make sense of it, but my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know? I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry. Sybil spoke while shaking her head from side to side. Oh, I was just wondering. Never mind. Harry, you're tired. Yeah, maybe. Am I tired? Yes, I am tired. If that is all this is... If that is all it is, then that is fine. If my being tired is what caused me to see all the hallucinations up to this point, then Cheryl should return to me. The only thing is, the sensation I am feeling is not that of being tired. Rather, my body feels as if I have been on the floor sleeping continuously, like a human in cold sleep. I'm feeling the agonizing suffering of not easily being able to escape from that state. No! No! But maybe it'd be like that. Possibly. Oh, Val. You know. I think we should all be allowed to take at least a 14-hour nap every day. I think so. I think so. I think so. I think this, and I also think that we should make, like, vitamins that give you, like, all of your nutrition at, like, the very start of the day. That way you don't need to think about food. I think this. If you slept that long, you would die. No, I think it would be great if you slept for 14 hours a day. It would be fine. Also, welcome in, Annie. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. What if we all just sleep? You know? You know, I think we need to rate sleep higher than we do. This is my hot take of the day. You know? I say as someone who streams at Insane People Hours, but you know. We should make vitamins that make our bones into mush. Why would you want your bones to be mush? Is this so you can fit in a jar? It's all making sense now. You know, sometimes... I'm sure you can find someone to make you a big enough jar to where you don't have to make your bones mush. You know, your bones would be mush if you slept that long. No, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. 14 hours of sleep, if you really think about it, isn't that much. You know? It's like fine. It's fine. I might feel like I lay down for like 14 hours a day. I might do this. I mean, what? If I lay down for a good like 9-10 hours in bed per day, and then I also tend to lay down at the computer for maybe an hour or two a day. Yeah, I get close to 14 hours a day laying down. I do. I think sleep kind of cool. Maybe a week, maybe. No, just you know, all the sleep. Yeah. Leaving me behind, Sybil steps into a passage. I can no longer see her from where I'm at. Look at this animated background. Look at this. Fancy shit. My field of vision is swaying. I pressed my back to a wall and steadily slid down until I reached the cold floor. The shadows of several of the items in the room expanded and contracted as the light moves. It is as if a great number of spirits are laughing at me. Eventually, those shadows pounce on me. The bodiless beings bind my hands and feet and corner me until I am not able to move. I cannot speak. One long shadow extends a tentacle towards my neck. Please stop, I implore. I hold both of my palms up, but the shadow presses through the areas between my fingers and reaches my neck. I try to speak, but only a gasp comes out that I will not reach Sybil. Finally, activity in my brain begins to stop due to lack of oxygen. I saw stars in my eyes, and then nothing at all. I lost consciousness as if I were just going to sleep. I love Tonkin Hell. My body is freezing. Where am I? I cannot focus my eyes. That's right. This is the antique shop. I'm sitting on the floor with my back against the cold wall. I must have dozed off for a bit. My fingers are as cold as ice, so I cannot move them normally. While chasing around after Cheryl, fatigued must have been building up without me realizing it. However, this is no time to be sleeping. Oh. I wonder how Sybil is doing. I'll look around the room and see that the eerie passage that was hidden behind the shelf is still open, just as it was before. Sybil is still in there. When she comes out, I will have a word with her. I hope she is okay. It seems like quite a bit of time has passed. I heavily stand and check the gun in my pocket, then stand at the entrance of the completely dark passageway. I only have 3 bullets left. I cannot afford to waste any. My breathing breaks the silence. I get out the gun and hold it near my What? Tonkin House, what you doing? What you doing, Tonkin House? And I aimed it at the stomach of that dark demon. I then began to walk forwards. Oh, it was just poorly worded. You know, you have to understand, Tonkin House totally just added in a tentacle choking scene to Silent Hill. And honestly, they got away with it. I feel like Tonkin House can do anything with this game, you know? Yeah. I know it's been a while since I've played the game, but Tonkin House are the people who made Juggernaut. If y'all were there for the Juggernaut streams, then y'all understand this developer. What is Tonkin House? They're the developer of this game. I'm pretty sure. Or at least a lot of their people worked on this game. I know that for a fact. I know a lot of their main people worked on this game. Yeah. What else did Tonkin House do? Like, I love Tonkin House. But yeah, no, they really only made, like, 2 games. Oh, they also made Yugetsu Kitten. But also it's been, like, I guess around a year since I played that game, so, you know. I can reference things, but let's be honest here, no one's gonna know Juggernaut or Yugetsu Kitten. No one's gonna know, but they're great games. Highly recommend. You know, highly recommend. Yeah. Walking forward, I am worried about Sybil's safety, so I am guided forward by my quivering feet. After walking for a bit, I sensed light coming from somewhere other than the flashlight on my chest. I leisurely turn off my flashlight and see that something is shining at the end of the passageway. I rush forwards. I am running towards the light, not unlike how a small insect would. Something is there. Is Sybil alright, or will I have to confront a monster again? Are they all visual novels? Yeah. I guess, yeah. At least all the ones I mentioned. I'm trying to think if they worked on, like, anything else other than, like, visual novel style things. Like, Juggernaut has adventure game moments. Like, Juggernaut is a game where you walk around and have inventory object puzzles and all of that. But it's still very, very, visual novel inspired at the minimum. Yeah. There was a room at the end of the passage. As I enter the room, the light is so dazzlingly bright that I have to shield my eyes with the back of my hand. There is a simple altar on the wall to the right of the room where I enter the room. A large flame is coming off of a thick candle, and green smoke is billowing from it. Everything in the room is shaking in the lights from that flame. What? What is this place? Once my eyes adjusted to the lights, my line of sight jumped to an unbelievable sight. At first, I thought it was just a well-made doll. The mannequin with a red shirt on. It was lying on its back, lying in a pool of red blood. But as soon as I understood what it was, Sybil, I softly called to her. Her light green shirt had been stained crimson by the flow of the red liquid from the back of her neck. I was completely confused. Are we gonna help her? Or are we just gonna run away? I'll let chat decide. How we feeling? How we feeling? How we feeling? You know, how nice we feeling today? We feeling murderous? How we feeling? How we feeling? You know? You know? Like, what if we just see, like, the only person around us, like Dad, and we just, like, you know, say, like, oh no, I don't want to see it. You know? What if no? But also, what if maybe we're, like, nice? Also, what if no one in chat says anything and then I choose myself? Rar, rar, rar. Yeah, I'll rush to her side. Yeah, I'm curious. You feel like you can't weigh in here? Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You're a part of chat if you yeah, you know, you might deny it, but you are in fact a part of chat. You are. I mean, we're not that far into the game, I don't think. I mean, like, story-wise for Silent Hill, I feel like we're about halfway, but I've only been playing for about 2 hours or so. Rar. Rar. Yeah. Sybil, hold on. I shake her shoulders, but she does not respond. Why has this happened? I cover her dead body, her cold body. Lost in hopelessness, I lost consciousness again. Are we here? We are, yes. We're Harry. Harry, are you okay? Harry, where am I? Harry, Lisa. Then I'm in the hospital. You were having a bad dream, was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know of a woman named Diala Gillespie? Oh, yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anyone, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Well, she says the town's been devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? The town, devoured by darkness. Yeah, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everyone followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff. Black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there wasn't really anything else to do out here. Everyone was so flipped out. Gotta blame it on something. And then a lot of the new people came in, and everyone clammed up about it. A cult. Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected the developing town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up. No, it's alright. Hey, Harry. What happened to your hand? Oh, this... I just hurt it a little bit. Yeah, Silent Hill's a resort. Yeah. Yeah. It's a resort town. That just, you know, maybe, possibly, no one has ever actually had a successful vacation to. Oh, you know, it happens. Is it okay? Yeah, just a scratch, nothing major. Even if it's just a scratch, there's a lot of blood. If we don't look after it soon. It's okay. Please, don't touch it. Why are you so angry? Sorry. But this does not concern you. I don't want to get you mixed up in this. I'm sorry. Lisa's words. Guess it's got the lake, and there's a amusement park, and there's like a bowling alley, and there's like a bar, and hotels, and then hospitals, and locked doors, and more locked doors. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, no. Reverberation count is at like 7 or 8. I lost count there for a second. 7 or 8 on the reverberation count. The reverberation of Lisa's "I'm sorry" remained in my ears. I wonder how long that I had been asleep. I found myself at that antique shop again, lying face down in the same position I was just in a short while ago. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. Also, just another thing that I want to like talk about before I keep moving on with the game. I'm pretty sure that entire like Lisa cutscene we just had was like taken like borderline word for word from a Silent Hill 1. Like, don't get me wrong, this entire game's plot is just Silent Hill 1, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that Lisa cutscene was taken word for word, where most of this game hasn't been, you know? Just interesting. Yeah. Also, I guess I should say it again. Hi, I'm using an English patch for this, so, honestly good for them, and not having to figure out a way to translate that cutscene and just taking the English translation that was already made for Silent Hill 1, Good for them. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident, and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't really know what's real anymore. Sybil's body has vanished. She's gone. Almost as if she was absorbed into the concrete floor. Maybe Sybil never came in here in the first place. Just what did I see? A hallucination? A delusion? I want to talk to Lisa. She knows something. She's holding some secret. I got to go see her. Keeping one hand on the wall to support myself, I stumble out of the antique shop. I open the gate to the hospital, and then energetically open the door to the examination room. Inside, Lisa is waiting for me. Harry, she changes from looking completely exhausted and rushes over to me in an innocent, childlike way. Glad you're okay. Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone. I'm here now. I was worried, too. I'm real happy to see you. I lightly hug Lisa and gently draw away, and then speak while looking into her eyes. Lisa, have you seen a policewoman named Sybil? Sybil. That's the first time I've heard of that name. I've not seen her. Since the town has become like this, I have not met any humans other than you. I was irritated that I didn't understand anything that was going on, so I loudly clicked my tongue. What's wrong, Harry? You don't seem yourself. Sorry. I just can't see the truth. Even talking to you now, I wonder if it isn't just a delusion. Lisa looks a bit sad. I am me. Nothing has changed. I have been waiting for you here all along. Saying nothing, I just looked at Lisa. That didn't seem coded quite right. Push the button and we got the same text again, except missing a letter at the very end. Interesting. While we were talking, I couldn't be sure if that I was currently sitting here or actually speaking. My voice and my existence were beginning to disappear into the dry air of the room. And then, the door opened and someone came in. Dr. Michael Kiefman, yes. He definitely said that he was a doctor at this hospital. What are you doing? Lisa took a deep breath and half smiled to greet him. This is Harry. His daughter has become lost in this town. He already told me about that. Have you found her? No. I shook my head from side to side. Harry, do you know Michael? Yeah, when I first visited the hospital, I met him once. I recall the sight of him holding me at gunpoint. Weren't you leaving town? I asked, sarcastically. It was no good. All the roads are blocked. It's impossible to get out. The three of us just remained silent. I grew up in this town. I know the area. As far as I could see, all the roads leading out of town have become progressive. That was an attempt at saying that word. Oh dear. No, no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this. No, no, we've gotten close to doing this bit multiple times this stream, but no, 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 I'm Googling normal things. Normal. Sometimes I don't use a word in years and then I forget how to pronounce it. Precipitous. Okay. Okay. We're so back. Okay, okay. Okay. All of the roads leading out of this town have become precipitous cliffs, or were blocked with large boulders. We are completely isolated. Lisa's smile disappeared. Well, what are we going to do? We should start thinking about that. I am going to get some sleep with that. Kaufman left the room. Pronouncing a million words on stream while trying to read somewhat quickly is hard. It's so much harder than people give it credit for. You're pretty sure that was a CGI man. What if I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret, Uberkitten. I think every character in this game might be a CGI man. Maybe. Maybe. They might be CGI mans from the first game. They might be. You know? You know? Where are you going? To the director's office. He often sleeps there. Lisa answered for him. It's cold, and not unexpected as it is snowing outside, but this room has no heating of any sort. I took off my jacket and went to put on Lisa, but she shook her head from side to side. Isn't there any heating? Lisa's eyes shifted to the heater in the back of the room. I'm sorry, this worked until yesterday, but today it's broken. It's ironic, Lisa shrugged her shoulders. But there should be an oil heater for use in one of the patient rooms in the reception area. I will go and get it. Lisa begins to stand, but I stop her. We'll go and get it. You just sit tight. Lisa smiled. You're kind. I pretend not to hear her as I left the room. Why did I come here? A door right there, CGI man. No! Impossible. I take an audible breath. I take an audible breath. While I was talking to Lisa, I had become mentally tired, but I did find myself faintly attracted to her in an inexplainable, irresistible... No! I really want to say the word table. God damn it, my brain is dying. I'm not getting enough oxygen. Irritableness. It's like, no. No, I already have Google up. You know, this is... I was on a good... you know, I made it 2.5 hours into stream without having to Google words. you know, I made it a little bit. Is this even a word? I don't think this is a word. Is it? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure this is a word? Are you sure? I'm having to go to fucking YouTube. Okay. Yeah, my brain was not functioning. Okay. I really want to say table. You know, saying the word irritableness took control over my feelings. When you think about a table, it's really hard. It's really hard to fit the word table into irritableness. It's really hard. You have to understand. I placed my hands on one of the 2 heaters lined up under the reception counter, and then was gripped with a strange sensation. I raised my head and looked around. In the dark, gloomy lobby, there was only the sound of a large wall clock ticking away at the passage of undeniable time. While listening to the irregular rhythm of that ticking sound, which was not unlike the irregular pulse of a patient just before they die, I completely forgot why I came to the lobby. Click, 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 click. Footsteps. I turned back, and as I approached the long corridor on the first floor, I saw it. At the end of the corridor, with the white light hitting her back from the window, the dark figure of a girl appeared out of the darkness. She appeared to be facing me and can see me. Cheryl? At the moment I began to approach, the figure vanished. Bang. The sound of gunfire reverberates. Reverberate counter is at 8 or 9? Throughout the hospital, from the door just left of where I was standing. Lisa. I opened the door. The faint scent of gun. What? Did they just shoot fucking Lisa? Wait, what? I opened the door. The faint scent of gunpowder waves through the air, and in the middle of the room, Lisa lays on her side, dead. Does that happen in Silent Hill 1? I don't think so. Lisa. I instantly thought of Sybil. The situations strangely resembled each other. Only Lisa and I are in the room. In this closed room. Only a face-down corpse and me. In the short amount of time I came out of the room, someone came. They even table shot her. It's fucked. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. It's true. And shot Lisa in the neck, and then left the room. That girl, yes, it was that girl. There was no doubt about it. She must have lied in wait for Lisa to be alone. However, for what purpose? Why Lisa and not me? What we doing? What we doing? Are we pursuing the girl we just saw, or maybe the corporate is someone else? And maybe they're still close. Possibly. I feel like we have to run after Cheryl, who most likely isn't Cheryl. I feel like we have to. You know, I need to know if Cheryl used a gun. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. I also need to close YouTube. You know? You know? Stares at the chat. Stares at the chat. Stares at the... I should not be shaking my head. I'll get dizzy. It's fucked up how this works. It's fucked up how this works. What if I just sit here and breathe, like, heavily into the microphone? Oh, fuck. Bah. Also, welcome in, Coyote. How's it going? How's it going? You know, I'll give it to Coyote because Coyote just joined stream. We'll do this. You know? I searched the area around the corpse. There! I found a familiar handgun. This is the gun that I received from Sybil. Just to be sure, I checked my pockets. Sure enough, the handgun is gone. The handgun is gone. At some point, it must have been stolen from me. Kaufman? Or maybe Lisa? When I was passed out? No, that is hard to imagine. Kaufman and I were far apart, and I cannot imagine that he would take the gun from where he was. The same with Lisa. I cannot imagine that she would take the gun while I was knocked out for the purpose of suicide. And then there's Sybil's death. The girl, there's no doubt about it. She's been following me all this time. Just out of sight, she took the gun while I was sleeping and then shot Lisa. I darted out of the room and began to run in the direction where the girl was. I held the gun... What? I held the gun ready and near my temple and arrived at the elevator hall ready for anything. However, I couldn't believe what I saw there. Kaufman. Kaufman has shrunk into the corner of the hall, as if he was driven there. One of the walls was covered with a disgusting splatter, and he is already dead on the floor. This whole mass murder plot was not a thing. This is totally just added for the GBA game, I'm pretty sure, and fair enough. Upon seeing his injury, I sank to the ground. I sat with my legs crossed on the hard tile floor, at a loss of what to do. That girl is walking around and destroying everything she sees with the gun. However, that girl is not here now. I buried my face in my hands. I thought, please kill me soon. As each of the people in town are killed, I don't want to be the last one. Please, kill me soon. With my eyes closed, I prayed hard and wished for that, and then the girl came. The low sound of a motor and a chime announced her arrival. The doors slowly opened and closed. After stepping off the elevator, the girl walked over to me and stood there. I was able to tell who the girl was without raising my head. Daddy. I could not hold back my overflowing tears. I placed the palms of my hand in my palms on my face and cried out, Cheryl, why? Why are you doing this? My unintelligible voice resonated within the walls of the hall. Why the fuck did they give Cheryl a gun? Sorry. Only Tonkin House would look at Silent Hill 1, a game where your entire driving force is finding the, like, pure, like, daughter of yours, and be like, what if the daughter had a gun and was a mass murderer? A solemn gun. It's good for them. Good for them. Daddy. I looked at Cheryl through the spaces between my fingers. In her small right hand, she held a black solemn gun, which was disproportionate to her size. I said, if you're... What we gonna do? What we gonna do? And you know what, I'm not giving you that option. I need to see if they let Cheryl kill you. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Sorry. Your daddy doesn't understand, but if you're going to kill me, then do it. I am in agony. To finally be reunited with you like this. With an expressionless face, Cheryl pointed the barrel of the gun at me. Hand it over to him now, Cheryl. That voice woke me up, a particular hoarse voice. Diala, I could faintly see her standing in the darkness behind Cheryl. Diala did not move. She looked down on me and began to speak. It's terrible. The gods have passed judgment on you. Under the pretext of searching for your missing daughter, you were unable to get her back. What are you saying, Diala? Diala taps Cheryl's shoulder, and Cheryl holds out the handgun. Daddy, isn't this yours? It was dropped here. I remained seated, and then reached out and took the handgun without knowing why. My handgun? I hurriedly checked my pockets. My handgun was definitely missing. It doesn't appear that you have realized it yet. I carefully studied the gun I was holding. This is definitely the gun I received from Sybil. 1 round is chambered in the gun. Wait, there is 1 round in the gun. 1 round? Daydream recollection. I'm just now realizing when they end stuff like this, that's meant to be like the end of the chapter, isn't it? That's what they're trying to convey, isn't it? I feel like there might have been a maybe better way to do that, but alright. This is the antique shop. Sybil heads to the altar at the end of the passage. I follow her, without making any footstep sounds. Sybil doesn't notice me. I strangled... What? I strangled her from behind. I pushed her down to the floor. I pressed the gun I am holding to the base of her neck and forcefully pulled... Wait, they're saying that I killed her? What? Huh? Where is this? Hospital? I leave the examination room. Yes, to get the oil heater. No. Instead, I return to the room. Lisa was surprised. I grabbed her long blonde hair. Her scream and the gunshot occurred at the same time. A terrible headache. I cannot take it and run out into the corridor. I run into a man that was surprised by the gunshot and has come out of a room. He sees what I have in my right hand. He sees the red stain on my clothes. I persistently chase him. I look at his back as he runs away. He is a fool. Like Hoffman, there is a dead end ahead. You have nowhere left to run to. He sank to the floor in the corner of the hall. What a pathetic end. I place my right leg on his shoulder. A piercing voice. It looks like you have remembered. Diala's piercing voice penetrates my eardrums. Something snaps within me. Diala, hi. Cannot speak through my tears. Cheryl clings to Diala and stares fixedly at me. She appears to be frightened. Harry, the serial killer. Honestly, this game is moving in a direction I didn't expect. Silence. It's strange that my daughter would cling to a woman that she just met. Even as I shared the same time and space with them, they felt like a completely different person from a different dimension. If you're going to kill, then you should do it. No one is left in this town. This town is dead. The snow still continues to fall, even now, on the roof and walls of this decrepit hospital. On all the houses, a merciless source of white ice falls. I fly into the sky. I look down on the town wrapped in the thick fog. It is going far away. I spread out my arms and climb even higher. This feels good. It's invigorating. If I close my eyes, I feel that I would rise all the way to space. What is happening? On top of the desk. What is happening? Cheryl has watered the dandelions that have bloomed in the garden. My body is. In a distant consciousness, my entire body trembles. I am holding a gun in my right hand, lying face down on the desk in the study. I will never move again. Calm sunlight. A gentle breeze blows in from the window. Cheryl. What? Huh? 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 I do think there are multiple endings. I think, but I'm trying to think how you get the other endings. Okay, I mean, we have time to, play through the game again and make different decisions. We have time. Will and Co. They also worked on Juggernaut. Maybe it wasn't Tonkin House who did this game. Maybe it was just Will and Co. Honestly, I mix up Will and Co. and Tonkin House constantly. Because, they made games together constantly. I swear half their lineup is collaboration efforts between the two companies. You know? I swear. Seems I'm kind of bored of making the game, I guess. Have time, but isn't worth it. I think it is. I like this writing. I like this game. What if Silent Hill, except you're a mass murderer and you commit suicide? The end. What if? Oh shit, are those the different endings? Okay, so we got ending 6 out of 8, possibly, maybe? Maybe. Wait, are there more trading cards? How do we get those other ones? Interesting. But thank you for the congratulations on the glitchless run. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try doing the game again. Wait. What's this? Is that a different route? Hello? The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away, however, the call would not go through. Perfect. I wonder what is going on. Her coworker Sally saw Sybil's flushed face. I could not help making a joke. It's because you're so hostile. I bet they just don't want to talk to you anymore. Hostile, perhaps. After all I do, I always say what's going on in my mind. Saying this, Sybil smiled. The peaceful town of Brams. The population is small, and perhaps for this reason, there has not been an incident worth calling incident for several years. As for the officers on the night shift, they generally pass the time with staring at newspaper clippings or chatting with colleagues at other departments. Even now, with nothing notable happening in the local news, Sybil is just having a meaningless conversation about this and that with a friend in the Silent Hill Police Department. But then, suddenly, the line had gone dead, and they had not called back. The call won't go through. Maybe this is happening because someone is trying to tell you not to waste all your time chatting? How about settling down and taking your feet off the desk? Sybil does not care for Sally's big sister-like attitude. Sybil calls the Silent Hill police station one more time. Odd, Sybil thought. It seems as if this might be the result of the telephone lines having been severed or something. Sybil leaps from her chair, causing it to spin, reaches for her helmet on top of a locker, and with it in hand prepares to leave the room. Wait, just where do you think you're going at this hour? Sally has a look of "you got to be kidding" on her face, and then she absentmindedly allows the coffee cup she was holding in her hand to fall to the floor. Ah, hot. You can take care of that yourself, Sybil murmurs. Can you tell that I'm lightheaded and my brain doesn't think? I have no more thoughts. I have no thoughts. I have no thoughts. I have no oxygen. I simply read the text. I swear during these kind of streams where it's just me reading for like hours, I need to have a section where it's just me like breathing. Like what if for the next like 20 minutes. Like I won't, but like, you know. Alright. Sybil mumbles this in her head, and in the next moment ran out of the room. Sybil straddles the motorcycle in the garage, inserts the key, and revs the engine. The sound of the exhaust resonates in the small place. She pulls out onto the road and increases her speed as she's bathed from head to toe in the uncomfortably warm wind. Why is the millennial puzzle in the corner? Because that's like a big part of Silent Hill 1. I'm learning stuff going through this game. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm a little bit surprised about the amount of people watching the stream who aren't familiar with every single detail of Silent Hill 1. I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised. You know? Like, it's a pleasant surprise, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of thought there would be very little interest in this game due to it just retelling Silent Hill 1, but yeah, you know? It's neat to see people, like, that aren't already familiar with this plot, you know? It's neat. Also, I need to give the caveat, after saying that Silent Hill 1 only follows Harry's perspective. This whole perspective here is all added for this game, so shrugs my shoulders. I don't know what they're doing anymore, like at all. Starlight falls upon her from the clear starlit sky. It doesn't look like the weather could have caused the problems with the phone lines. Sybil tightly holds on to the handlebars and continues to increase her speed. At this hour, there should not be any other cars heading to Silent Hill. The road has been lit in front and behind only by street lamps since she reached the mountain road, and there was no sign of anyone in the area. However, after a while she was able to see the taillights of a vehicle swaying far off in the darkness in front of her. There is a cliff on one side of the road. Whether they realize that or not, the vehicle is heading towards the same destination as Sybil at high speed. Normally I would pull this guy over, Sybil mummers. This increase her speed and catch up with the four-wheel drive Jeep in no time. As she passes it, Sybil glances inside the Jeep for a moment, quickly smiles, and then blasts in front of them. The Jeep quickly becomes smaller and smaller in the side mirrors of her motorcycle. And then she starts to notice that she cannot keep her eyes focused. Sleepiness. No. I have been on the night shift for a while, and should have gotten plenty of sleep this afternoon. Her body becomes one with the motorcycle, and it slices through the darkness. Maybe it was foolish to wear short sleeves. Although, it was rather warm when Sybil left the station. Now her skin feels so cold that it is cutting into her. Her eyelids are heavy, her mouth has become dry. What is wrong with me? She slightly shakes her head left and right. Against her will, her right hand turns the grip that will cause her to accelerate. The needle is buried, and madly shakes back and forth. Sybil then stares straight forward. But it was already too late. In the middle of the road, a girl stood, with her arms raised to shield her from the light. For GBA, it was all made. Yeah, I like this writing. I'm pleasantly surprised by this game a little bit. Though, I'm also a little surprised how short the one ending was, but also, now that I realize that there's like 50 million more things to this game, whatever, you know? You can have a short ending. It works. You know, palms sweaty, knees heavy, Sybil's fucking spaghetti. Yeah, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. Only good things happen to people in Silent Hill. Sybil slammed the brakes. The last thing she saw was the rapidly approaching walk wall. Sometimes I really have fucking first speak where I just don't pronounce my R's. The rapidly approaching rock wall on the side of the road. Something cold is touching Sybil's cheek. Sybil slowly opens her eyes. Also, you ever notice how this entire thing is written in third person? It's very strange. Where am I? She is not yet able to stand up. She does not seem to be hurt. However, her body will not do as she commands. Nevertheless, she is fully conscious. Large snowflakes are falling all over her body. She is lying face down in the middle of the wide street. I wonder how long I've been like this here. After waiting for the nerves throughout her body to return to normal, Sybil lumbered to her feet, and her body was sluggish, like she'd waken up and was unable to think straight. Silent Hill, that is what was written on the sidewalk. In addition to the out-of-season snow, the area is enveloped in thick fog, which generally makes her destination look different than it normally would. The motorcycle that she came in was also nowhere to be found. With nothing else to do, she decided to rest in the cafe facing the street. The inside of the cafe is dead silent. She does not see any customers or employees. This destroys her hopes of getting something warm to drink, so she lets out a sigh. First, I must get in contact with other officers back in Brams. Sybil picks up the receiver from the phone on the corner of the counter, but not a single sound can be heard from the speaker. Yes, another raid. Look at that. Welcome in, Fida. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, Fida. Welcome in, welcome in. Also, y'all are kind of just in time a little bit. We just started, Route 2? Route 2. I'm not sure how many routes there are, but we're telling the story through Sybil, the police officer's perspective, but it's also all written in third person, and it's very strange. But yeah, welcome in everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Hi, I'm Depps, I play retro games over 20 years old. Today we are playing Silent Hill Play Novel. This is a loose retelling of Silent Hill 1 for the PS1, except for the GBA. They've definitely changed things about the plot. There's new routes. There's stuff. There's a lot of stuff here, But yeah, overall, very nice chill time. What was happening over on the Fida channel? What was happening over there? What was happening? I must know. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. But also, yeah, a part of the reason why, like, most people aren't familiar with this game is this was a Japan exclusive. And I am currently playing this game with the English patch. It released a couple of years ago, I want to say. But, yeah, this game never got a proper, localization. So, yeah, makes it a little harder to know about. Alright. It seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. There's no doubt about that. This is the reason why the call got cut off at the Bram station. You're playing Withered Rooms. It's like Clock Tower plus Resident Evil plus Souls-like roguelite. That's what you've been told and that's what you're sticking to? That sounds like a lot of stuff. I feel like I would need to see footage to understand. I feel like I would. I feel like it, I feel like it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people mention, like, the mobile Silent Hill games. I've never played those or even really seen them, honestly. So, I can't really say much about that, but yeah. You're not the first person to mention those. It's hard to get an actual copy of this game? I'd believe it, yeah. I feel like all games in series like this where, the series releases, it has, like, little, like, I don't know, side media, for lack of a better word, and then, like, the series just keeps getting bigger and bigger, that, like, original side media just, like, becomes hard to find, They're just like mist lights. Interesting. Oh. I might need to look into those. I might, like, at least see a little footage. Yeah, I might. Alright. Sybil looks around the inside of the cafe. She gasps without thinking about it. She can see a man lying down on one of those long bench seats lined up along the windows. A customer? No. This place isn't open. She moves near him and looks down at his sleeping face. His face is twisting in agony, as if he's having a frightening dream. Sybil hesitates. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, chat? Are we gonna wake him up, or are we gonna wait, what? Are we gonna wait, or are we gonna wake him up? I might have read the first dialogue option wrong. And then realized that what I actually read wrong was the second one. We going with B? We can do that. Sybil approaches the man and holds her arms out in a way that suggests that she is going to shake his shoulders. Oh my goodness, look at this footage from the first game. See how many chairs we can stack up. I wish that was an option. At that moment, the man woke up with a look of surprise on his face. He shook his body in a way that brushed Sybil's hands away and then stared at her. Human? Are you human? Sybil makes an effort to compose herself and then sits down in a nearby chair. Of course I am. Were you having a bad dream or something? The man finally regains composure as well and then adjusts his position on the bench seat. Sorry, I was attacked by mysterious monsters before I... What? Yeah, that is true. Okay, yeah. Mysterious monsters. Yeah. It may have just been a bad dream. I think that it was real. It was all vague and unclear. Who are you? I'm Sybil. Sybil Bennett. I am a police officer of the neighboring town of Brams. All communication with this town suddenly went dead, so I came here to investigate. Harry's expression changed slightly to one of relief. I should have said so sooner. I'm Harry Mason. I'm a writer and I decided to come here for my first vacation in a while. Harry shrugged his shoulders and looked at Sybil with a serious look on his face. But when I arrived here, I got separated from my daughter. She is a little girl, 7 years old, with black hair. The name's Cheryl. Honestly, Fida, I wouldn't look into that too much. If that is different from the original PS1 game, I don't want to drag this English patch. I don't want to do it because this is a fuck ton of text to translate. I'm amazed that like this had to have had like a ton of work done on it, but it's had a lot of typos. It's had a lot of typos, like a lot, you know. So like I don't know, maybe it's like intentionally different from the PS1 game, but I wouldn't think about it too much. You know, yeah, I'm amazed someone took time to translate all of this, you know? You know, what if she's not that real, Sybil? Ooh, I mean, it might be. This game, you know, content warning for Silent Hill being fucked up and evil, but our last route going from Mason's perspective ended in him being a mass murderer, and then he shot himself in the head. And that's how it ended. Like, just in the middle of the plot. You know, like this, yeah, this is a retelling of the first game. But also, like, sometimes they'll just do what they feel like, you know? Sometimes they just, you know, they're just like, oh. Whatever, spice it up a little bit. This game has many endings. I mean, yeah, but you know, that's how our last one ended. Yeah. But when I arrived here, I got separated from my daughter. She is a little girl. I already read that. You haven't seen her, have you? Sorry, but I haven't. I see. Just where did she go? She's not the type to just act on her own. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of the cafe. As for how I got here, I don't remember at all. That sounds like a lot what happened to me. Well, anyways. Harry stands up and glances at the out-of-season snow that continues to fall. I've got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her there alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You'll never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. She gives Harry a handgun loaded with live ammunition. But you'll be alright, Harry asks worryingly. I'm not like the average girls around here. I have undergone the proper training. And Sybil places a hand on the exit door. But then she turns to face Harry again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. On our last route, there was a cutscene of Harry like nicking Sybil on the cheek. It's a reference to our first route through the game of her like being grazed by a bullet at the very start. Maybe there was foreshadowing that Mason was gonna be like a mass murderer. Huh. Interesting. I know, accidentally. Yeah, maybe it was an accident. She's not the type to have independent thought. Yeah, this game doesn't write the female characters the best, I will admit that. Though also I will say, honestly, when we're talking about like a 7-year-old child, I don't mind that line too much. If it was like anyone else, yeah, but 7-year-old child, yeah, sure. Whatever. Whatever. You know? She mowed after saying this, opened the door of the cafe, and then headed out into the thick fog. Sybil looks back and sees that the cafe has disappeared into the fog. Having lost her motorcycle, Sybil can only wander about on foot, alone in the eerie town. It's too quiet. There's no sense of anyone at all. I would like to hail a taxi or something, but there's not a single car running. At some point, Sybil had begun to run. Above all, she must get out of Silent Hill. However, after running for a bit, Sybil's hopes were crushed. All the roads leading out of town were cut off, and it was as if the entire town was floating in the air. There was no way for anyone to enter the town. Sybil sighs deeply. She then decides to try going back the way she came. After running for a bit, she comes to another steep valley like before. It is wide and impedes her passage. And then she became sure that it was not possible to escape from this place. Sybil felt like a bird in a cage as she walked apathetically and aimlessly through the falling snow. It was not long before a black wiggling object appeared in a field out of her vision. Dog? What is that? From off in the fog, the four-legged thing moved at the snow pace as it gradually closed the distance between it and her. And then, as soon as it detected Sybil, it began to ferociously run towards her, scattering the fog as it moved. The monster... Wait, I get to choose what the monster did? Okay, chat. Are we having the dog attack Sybil, or are we having it run away? That's an interesting choice to give me. Huh. Pet the dog. I mean, if you really think about it, a dog biting your hand isn't that different from a hand petting a dog. You know? If you really think about it, it's not it's not that different. You know? It's like I'm just curious what kind of route this is gonna end us on. You know? Sybil just manages to duck in time, and the fierce monster passages over her head. It continues forward just a little bit, and then turns around. It is clear that it is coming after Sybil. Sybil places her hand on her belt to draw her handgun. She utters, "Oh!" as she has given her handgun to Harry. Not long ago, she went pale. Sybil forcibly stands up and begins to run with all her strength. The sound of the monster's footsteps and its panting closes in on her as it persistently chases her from behind. She stomps on the pavement as she moves forward. In the corner of her eye, Sybil sees buildings appear out of and disappear into the fog, and at some point she ends up losing her bearings and becomes unsure of her location. She then notices that she no longer senses the presence of the monster. She stops and leans against an antique lamppost and presses on her chest. She waits as the time between her continuous white breaths gradually increase, and then begins walking again. Sybil calms herself down or is overcome with hopelessness. What is this? What is this? What are we gonna do? What we wanna see? What we wanna see? I'm a terrible person. I. She deserves better. But with that being said, I would rather follow the fucked up plot of torture and suffering. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she'll do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. I should look for the police station, even if the person I was talking to on the phone earlier isn't there. I might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Following her thread of memory, she begins walking along the complicated intersecting streets. Just how long have I been walking as she saw the word police appear out from the fog? Her entire body was completely exhausted. She opens the glass door at the entrance and heads inside. As she does this, she sees that no one is here, which is just as she had expected. The lack of any sound is painful to her ears. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved towards a room that the door had been left open for. The plate beside the door says meeting room. Compared to the same room at the Bram station, this one is quite small. She looked around the room. Clunk. At the same time Sybil entered the room, one of the disorderly arranged folding chairs moved quite a bit. She readied herself. Who's there? Mason! No, 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 no. Mason can't be a serial killer already. We just started this plot. No. 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 A man jumped up right away and pointed a black handgun at Sybil. The man. I can't kill her. No. No, I can't. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not yet. Not yet. We need to keep the plot going. We need to we need to keep it going. We can't have Harry kill. This is cool. This is cool. We can't have Harry kill her yet. Not yet. Not yet. The man slowly returns the weapon to his side. Sybil. Harry! Sorry. I thought that another monster had appeared, so I instinctively hid behind a chair. Me too. All this is not good for my heart, you know. Before I came here, I found a steel pipe. I will give the handgun back to you. Like you said, I might end up shooting a human by mistake. Haha, wink wink, ha, wink. Saying that, Harry plops the handgun into Sybil's hand. Sybil nods slightly. Have you found your daughter? No. Harry shakes his head back and forth. I thought she might be in custody at the police station, so I came here. Harry looks around the room and then speaks, but just like this, there is not a single man, woman, or child here. Let's look somewhere else. There should be a church just over the river. Maybe she's in custody there. Okay. They ran out of the police station with Harry in the lead. On the way to the church, Harry tells Sybil about the events that occurred in the cafe when running out of breath. Indeed, something is wrong here. I was glad to have received the handgun from you. Cheryl doesn't have any weapons, and she is just a little girl. Hoping that Cheryl would be at the church, Sybil carefully ran over the slippery asphalt. They opened the heavy doors of the church. The space inside is wrapped in warm calmness. It projects a very solemn feeling. No churchgoers are present on any of the long benches which have been arranged facing the cross in front. Perhaps no one is here. Thinking this, the two of them move farther in. Eventually they notice a woman planted in a simple chair above the altar. Oh my goodness, it's her! You're too late, the woman mutters this and stands. You're too late, and the girl you're looking for has just left here. The color of Harry's face changes. Cheryl? Was it Cheryl? She's a 7-year-old girl with black hair. The woman at the altar puts one hand up and silences Harry. Even without saying this, you would understand. But I will tell you this much. The two of you will never see that girl again. My predictions are often correct. That girl knows what you are planning, yes. She will head towards her goal without being found by you. She is just a young girl. She came to this town and then went missing. If she did come here, then why did you let her go alone? Sybil screamed at the woman. Oh dear, such words. I have no obligation or reason to protect that child. And also, She stops speaking and then comes down from the altar. She was not alone. My daughter is with her. Sybil frowned. Your daughter? If those girls happen to be separated, then it would be certainly a pity. What is more, my daughter would most certainly not remain silent. Harry began to speak as if the floodgates had just been opened. What are you getting at? I'm Cheryl's guardian. I have the responsibility to protect her. Tell me where she is going. The hospital. But it is useless to follow after them. If you don't want to not die, then you must leave this place. I am Diala Gillespie. If you do not wish to increase the number of corpses, then do not disturb those girls. Yes? Before Diala finished speaking, Harry ran out of the church. Harry, wait. Sybil prepared to chase after him and looks back at Diala. Diala was there, trying to suppress a laugh. All Sybil saw was Diala's unsightly backside. In order to resurrect myself, I need your body. Please understand this. I understand that is why I came here, and came to see you. Just think of these 7-year-olds. I never once was able to get out of bed or even move. However, everything is going according to plan, and I was able to be reunited with you. But they will come after us. What should we do? Let me take care of everything. Once Sybil caught up to Harry, he was having a difficult time breathing. You alright? That woman, Diala, or something. Harry placed one hand on his chest, stopped in the street, and placed his other hand on a car. I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling that wasn't the first time I met that woman. Long ago, I think we met her somewhere. Harry says this and begins coughing. Harry, you don't look so good, Sybil. The air seems to have gotten thin here, or something. I just have to deal with it. Harry? Harry? Are we gonna... Should we kill Harry? I might kill Harry. I might... You know, like, yeah, probably should. Let's kill him. Cough, cough. Harry began to cough violently again. Are you alright? You look like you're in pain. Blood flows out from the spaces between the fingers of the hand that Harry placed over his mouth. Harry! Harry wiped his hand on his pants without surprise. It's nothing to worry about. Please don't look at me like that. But your pants are stained black with blood. Sybil stared at Harry's face. He looks lonely and even more worn down than when they first met at the cafe. Since coming here, my physical condition has been deteriorating. Once I realized this, I even found scratches all over my body. It's because all I am thinking about is Sherry. That is why I'm not feeling the pain. Saying this, Harry pulled up one of his pants legs. Around his calf, there was a long, dark red scar. It was a painful-looking wound, one that would be impossible to ignore. Harry... Well, it's alright. A town in which snow is falling, the name Delilah, and her daughter is with my daughter. The fact that they are together, he lifts his head. He looks at Sybil. Something. There is something that I think I know. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. Sybil softly places her hand on Harry's shoulder. You're tired, Harry. Let's rest for a bit. Harry brushes Sybil's hand away, and then begins walking while pressing one hand to his chest. Harry. Sybil once again follows Harry's words. Sybil once again follows behind Harry's frozen back. They didn't kill him. Damn. What am I meant to think about this? Unable to make out the lettering on the old signboard, Sybil tries squinting. Alchemilla Hospital is written on faded paint. In this building, Cheryl and Delilah's daughter are in here. The hospital looks like ruins, and in the eeriness is present. That makes one hesitate to even step inside. Sybil just happened to notice an object that looks like a pedestal next to the door. On top of the plates of 4 different colors have been placed. Sybil reads the messages inscribed on the pedestal aloud. The chosen ones must be moved to the chosen place. Once the task is complete, the guideposts leading to Chaos shall appear. Okay, we have another minigame. It's time for minigames. What? Huh? Did I do it? What? Huh? Huh? I don't quite understand the goal, I must admit. I feel like I need all the pieces to move in, like, at once or something. But also, like, no. Wait, this piece isn't connected to anything. And so isn't that... Okay, yeah, that one is connected. And this one's connected. Is this one connected? No. So what's the goal? So what am I doing? Oh, I'm realizing I just placed the pieces in the wrong spot. Oops. That would do it. That would do it. There we go. Harry opened the door, although they came as told. Inside the hospital, it is dark, and it seems that if one does not walk carefully, then they would stumble. Pictures hanging on the walls, withered plants on the receptionist's desk, and other furnishings can be faintly seen. Is your daughter really in this place? I don't know, but all we can do is trust that woman before. We have no other clues. Harry spoke, not expecting a reply. He slowly turned the knob of a nearby door. It appeared to be locked. He let out a long sigh. Wait, Harry, let's split up and search. I will start from the top floor and search heading down. You start from the bottom, and then we'll meet up in the middle. That way we won't lose each other. Harry looked woeful. Sorry. I wish there was something I could do to thank you. Once we find your daughter, then we can take me out for dinner or something. Sybil smiled brightly. Sybil immediately began to run towards the wall at the end of the corridor. Once she arrived on the third floor, which should be on the top floor of the building, she caught her breath and then began to search for the girl. Sybil began to walk along the concrete wall that is dimly lit by the outside light. Several doors are on the left and right of the passage. Each door has a 3-digit number plate on it, and without looking inside, she can tell that they are hospital rooms. Cheryl, if you're there, come out. Your daddy's waiting for you. Sybil's voice just reverberates. Reverberate count is at 9, I think, for how many times I've used that word this game. Don't know why I'm keeping count, but I am. And then fades into the air. She places her hand on the knob of one of the doors and turns it. It appears to be locked. Maybe Cheryl's on one of the rooms and locked it from the inside, but if Sybil's voice cannot reach her, then just how should I search for Cheryl? That's it. Sorry, my Amazon product was starting to go off. Sybil thinks of something. We have keys to open the doors? I mean, that seems helpful. But so does the intercom. I'm gonna use the intercom. The hospital intercom. Most hospitals have a speaker installed on each of the rooms. A hospital of this size should definitely have such a thing installed. I'll head back to the reception area on the first floor and look for the room with the intercom equipment. If something happens down there, then I can get help from Harry. To realize this after coming up to the third floor, Sybil races back down the stairs that she just ran up to in order to return to the first floor. On her way down the stairs, Sybil heard footsteps as she was passing the second floor. Harry? The second floor is the same as the third. There is a central corridor with doors lined up on both walls. Harry? Is that you, Harry? There is a large window at the end of the hall. White light from the foggy outside was reflecting off the floor. Without realizing it, Sybil squinted, but someone is standing in front of the window. No. Is this the child again? Last time we saw the child, and that's when all the murders started. No! From the shape of the outline of the human visible in the darkness, Sybil can tell that it is not Harry. It looks like a girl. Sybil just stared at the figure and was unable to move for a bit, just like a frog being stared down by a snake. All her movements were sealed. Cheryl? Who knows how long it was before she said that. The girl did not answer and began moving towards Sybil, as if she was gliding. Slowly, she continued moving towards Sybil. Eventually, the girl twisted her body and jerked her right hand. She made her hand into a fist, created a large bullet of light, and then looked at Sybil. What? Watch out! Sybil, get down! It is Harry's voice, and at the moment Sybil's drops down, the bullet of light slices through the air and impacts something behind her. Well, that takes care of one of them. No! You know, when I heard a retelling of Silent Hill 1, when I, was like, yeah, I should play this game, I didn't think they were gonna have Cheryl kill Mason. But okay. Oh yeah, there he is. The girl vanishes. Sybil turns and sees Harry laying face down, holding his hand to his chest. Harry! He is struggling as hard as he can to reach his hand out to Sybil. Sybil rushes over to him, and then sits up. Harry, I thought that something was wrong, but by the time I realized, it's too late. Harry, don't talk, Harry! Harry's body became heavy. Sybil, I'm done for. Please, won't you help Cheryl? That girl from before, that wasn't Cheryl, was it? That was... Harry, hold on. Wait. I get to just straight up choose if Harry dies here? Okay. Is he gonna just completely die, talk about the girl, or be perfectly fine? I kind of want to kill him. I kind of do. Harry! Harry did not speak or respond again. Sybil, who had been unable to accept the incomprehensible events that had occurred around her up to this point, was unable to believe that this man in front of her was dead. It's like a streamer, oh, yeah. I'm a retro VTuber. You know how it is. You know. The wind seems to be blowing outside. Sybil stared at her hands, which had become covered in blood. Instead of trying to wipe them off, she firmly grasped her handgun. Something like a kind of resolution arose in Sybil's stern look. Cheryl, I must find her and take her home. Just who was the girl, Cheryl? Or was it that woman's daughter? Concerning the incidents that have occurred in this town, no, they cannot be called incidents, but instead, concerning this enigmatic situation, I have not found one piece of evidence, conclusive evidence, that can't... words. You know, me and saying the word irritate, that's like, it's multiple times this stream my brain has not comprehended the word irritate. You know, one piece of conclusive evidence, and that irritates me. And there is uneasiness about the loss of my only partner. She must be frightened somewhere, Cheryl. That eerie figure of the girl. Several feelings of disconnect run throughout Sybil's mind. That Delilah might know something. However, the destination that she indicated in this place, rather than returning to the church, it would be best to search here. Sybil had returned to the first floor to get the key to the hospital rooms, but she noticed a door had been left open. Creak. The door sways on its hinges as the result of the wind blowing from somewhere. This draws Sybil's attention as she moves towards the door. This door is unmistakably locked, and not open just before. Sybil looks in the doorway, and at the same time gasps. Ah! Stairway leading to the basement, or blinding light? I feel like I've heard enough about the hospital basement. We heard about that last time. I'm going to the light. The blinding light falls all over Sybil's body. Sybil lost her ability to see instantly and had no idea whether her eyes were opened or closed. As Sybil's sight finally began to return to her, she felt the wind on her skin. From these two senses, she could now tell that she was outside. She doesn't sense any people, the chirping of birds, a nostalgic sense. In front of her, an area of flower beds spread out. It is the scene that she has seen somewhere before. Sybil begins to walk, and then at some point, she begins to run. She passes through the trees, and once she climbed a small hill, her field of vision once again expanded. There is a cemetery. Sybil finally remembers. This is the place where her grandparents are resting. When she was young, her parents often brought her here. Next to her grandparents' graves, many people in black have gathered. The sobbing of people dressed in mourning clothes can be heard. Everyone is familiar. Her mother, her father, her 3-year younger sister. What's wrong? Did something happen? None of them answer. The police chief of Brahms, fellow officers, and Sally. Hey, Sally, who passed away? None of them answer. The sacred ceremony is proceeded without delay. A magnificent casket is brought out by several men and then gently lowered into a hole that was prepared in advance. Sally is whispering to Sybil's mother in a low tone. I told her, just think about what might happen. I recommended that she use a car for transportation. When pulling over violators, many accidents have happened. I just cannot believe that this could have happened to her. Sally says this, and then falls silent. What? What are you saying? I'm right here. Notice me. Sybil tries as hard as she can to try and make someone notice her, but no matter what she does, no one does. Her name's been engraved on the tombstone. Am I dead? Am I dead? Someone, tell me. Between the people dressed in black, there is a girl wearing a white one-piece dress, standing on the dark green grass, only half visible. She is just a figure, and only half of her face can be seen. But it is a familiar one. Everything becomes bathed in white. The girl's face sways as if it were floating in the air, and then the girl softly calls Sybil's name. Before long, nothing else appeared in Sybil's eyes. Oh, that was the ending? Oh. Damn, I was hoping I was gonna keep going. You know, that very much felt like an ending out of Juggernaut. That very much felt like a Juggernaut ending. Like, very heavily. To the point I'm like borderline like that yeah. that felt straight out of Juggernaut. I guess I should give context. Juggernaut's another game made by a lot of the same people who worked on this game. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was a short route though, I gotta say, you know, that was like, I think that one took like an hour, if that. You know, I guess the other one only took 2, but still. I'll try going for another ending. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious if there are actually like 8 endings, like the card thing seems to insinuate. Curious. Though I'm also curious if there's any other routes, you know? Because I kind of get a feeling it's only like the 2 different like playable characters, and then each playable character has like 4 different endings to their story. That's kind of the impression I get. You know? I guess I can skip over the credits, or at least try to. Like we did already watch the credits for the last ending. Ending 5. Oh, maybe those aren't endings. No, because, okay, I just got multiple cards. Strange. I have no idea how many endings there were then. Yeah, no, I have no idea. Also, we haven't clicked on mobile yet. I'm just curious. I have a feeling it's an error connecting to the internet. Meow, wake up. Who's waking up? Is it you? Did you take a 2-hour nap or something? Well, how was your nap? How was your nap, Kara? How was it? How was it? I'm pretty sure the beginning of the was what we unlocked after the Mason ending, and I guess this is what we got after getting the Sybil ending? Yeah, no, okay, we only have the 2 routes. Which character do we want to see? Which character for the next route? let's do more Mason. Let's do more Mason. I will say. Is this different? The sound of an engine reverberates in the darkness due to some slight guard trouble. The sound's the same. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm not gonna read through all this opening text again. You know, I'll read through the text once we get to like different stuff on different routes. You know, but yeah, you know, I don't care enough to read through all this again. You know. Oh, you totally said second one. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You know, needs more Lisa. Honestly, yeah. You know, we need an ending where I don't die. Like, immediately. You know? Yeah. I am curious what you, like, actually get when you, like, reload, like, save. You know? Because it does make a save when you get an ending, you know? And I'm not fully sure what, like, changes. You know? Not fully sure. I wonder if I reloaded the save of the ending of the Mason file, if that would have, like, skipped all of this. I guess that would make sense, yeah. Because that just, you know, reloading that would confirm that I've already seen all this. Alright, first decision. I think last time we were thinking about Cheryl's destination. I think so. So this time let's go with there's no one in town? I think so. I thought I must find out if there's anyone other than myself here. This is definitely Silent Hill. I recognize the signboard on that store. A long time ago when I was young, I visited here once. All the other doors and shops are tightly shut. There's no sign of anyone here. It feels like the people here just vanished. I think I've heard all this. I think so. Yeah, I've seen this. You know. I'm pretty sure there's like different stuff here, you know? I'm pretty sure there's more endings. Okay, last time I chose violence, and I walked straight towards the evil area without searching for a weapon, so we're gonna search for a weapon this time. I've got to get away, but I can't go back the way I came because that eerie presence is back there, so I moved farther in. I can only move gradually through a narrow, pitch-black alley by feeling around with my hands, but I only end up reaching a dead end. Metal fences surround the area, and they are so high that I don't think I can climb over them. They are coming from behind. I stood ready. What are they? With beast-like rage, they have closed in, and I am right where I am. Until I finally lose consciousness, and this is gonna open up in the... Yeah, this is opening up in the cafe. Yeah, we've seen this. Yeah. I'm curious how different the other routes are, because I feel like they gotta be different, right? I feel like there's no way the, like, two, like, official endings are Sybil opened up a door that was really bright, and then she watched her own funeral, and Harry's a serial killer who killed himself. I feel like there's no way those are the only two endings in the game. You know, I feel like... maybe I'm crazy, but you know... I feel like there's gotta be a way to get the more, like, a typical Silent Hill ending, you know? The more typical Silent Hill 1 ending. Maybe. What did I say last time? I don't know what I said. I don't know what I said when picking up the gun. It's impossible. How am I meant to know? How am I meant to know things? You know? How am I meant to know? I think I said I'm no good with guns because we got like a training montage. I I just threw a thing on my desk. A, yeah, I think we need to do A. Yeah. Sometimes you mess around with a bottle of chapstick. And then, you know, welcome in, reader. How's it going? How's it going? I'm playing a game today. Having never held a handgun before, I'm surprised by how heavy it is. But you will be alright. I'm not like the average girls around here. I've undergone the proper training. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turns around and faces me again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiles after saying this, and then disappears into the fog. But yeah, welcome in, reader. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Who's the one raging? Is it you? What you raging at? What you raging at? Alright. Yeah, we've seen all this. Yeah. Yeah. You know? I feel like I need to give context for, like, people coming in. Hi, I've already gone through this route, but there's, like, different dialogue options, and I want to see what the different dialogue options are, you know? So, going through it again, except faster this time, you know? Last time I said it's somewhere inside the cafe, so what if I look outside? Outside, I open the door and hurry out into the street. The snow still continues to fall. I breathe in the cold air outside. It feels like waking up. The noise I just heard and saw not had stopped. Is the wind drowning it out? My question was soon answered. Through the glass, I can see that a radio has been placed on the top of the table inside the cafe. Is it that? I immediately went... So much illusion of choice. The noise has stopped. Thinking it may come in handy for something, I slide the portable radio into my back pocket and once again walk outside the cafe's exit. Hope it's not you. I threw something. Oh, you know, yeah. Sometimes you just drop the thing of chapstick. Yeah, it's crazy. Alright. Heads back to the alleyway. Runs into the monsters. Okay. Okay. I thought I had a choice here about, like, what was, in that book. I thought I did. And also, I thought I had a choice on, like, if I went to the school or not. I definitely feel like I had more control over, Cheryl's route. I should have probably picked Cheryl's route. You know, since Mason's definitely feels, a bit more on rails to, like, keeping up with Silent Hill 1. Where since Cheryl's route's not even a thing in Silent Hill 1, they just say fuck it. You know? Fuck it, let the player decide everything. You know? I still wish they made you do the piano puzzle. Still wish they did that. Ah, well that's a glitch. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. You see, it's like fine. Alright. Last time I pushed the monster away, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. That's the psychedelic ending, honestly. I instantaneously readied the handgun I was carrying and fired at the monster. Ow! I hit it, but its long claws dug deeper into my thigh, widening the wound. With my right hand, I pushed on its head with force and knocked it away, and then totters and falls down on its face, and that's when I noticed I had been... And then readied the gun. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. We're back to stuff that I've seen before. We're back. Yeah. Alright. I might be able to see everything in this game in one stream, huh? I really might. I really might. Boop. 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 Wait, there's a limited amount of things you can pick? Oh, I didn't realize that my last time doing this puzzle. Huh. There we go. Yeah, I kind of thought that puzzle was just insanely easy. I mean, it still is, but, you know. I didn't realize there was a, like, way to fail it. Alright. What if they give me a choice? I had a lot more choices in Cheryl's roots in an eye. Yeah. Huh. It's interesting looking at this one again and just being like, yeah, this really was on the rails and then some. Okay, there was another thing here. This was a thing. Last time we called home. So what happens if I call the police? With slight hope, I picked up the receiver of the telephone receiver. With slight hope, I picked up the telephone receiver. Just as I had guessed, the depressing busy signal just repeated over and over. As I gently hanged up the telephone receiver, I realized that all of this means for contacting the outside world has already been lost. I must find Cheryl right away and escape from this insane world with her. I begin to leave the room. My head rapidly contracts. The mechanical bell sound of the echoes throughout the room. I nervously approach the telephone and once again pick up the receiver. Yeah, we've seen this. Interesting. Choosing police there does like nothing for you, damn. If you choose the home, then they're like, oh, someone's in your house. It's like a whole like thing. Would you believe it that I have multiple Discord notifications? I should probably check them, you know? Probably. Probably. You know? Alright. There's thing number 1. And oh my goodness, I've read thing number 2. I did it, everyone. I have kept up with the information. Alright, okay, this felt like the first, like, major choice that I, like, actually had control over. We run into a book, and they let me actually choose what thing the book is. Last time I chose a children's book. Let's do Dictionary of Religious Science. I'm sure that's going to be an easy read. Depending on the region, each have the characteristics of having individual doctrines. From ancient times, the practice of offering a living sacrifice was the only way to avoid disaster. Most believers of those who have chosen to renounce the world for the sake of their beliefs, while those believers who cannot yet give up their material possessions need to deepen their knowledge of their of the sacred texts. However, some believers have a tendency to strictly hide the fact that they are believers from others. This is because they believed that if the fact that they are believers becomes known, then their effectiveness would become nothing. Even with black magic, which is thought to have been vanished in the present times, its magical spells are actively researched in such areas. In that process, the altar set alight with a sacred flame and a symbolic seal were required. Then, by summoning an evil being and bringing it into contact with a saint, a new existence is said to be able to be created. In this case, the saint is not limited to a priest, as an inanimate object can also be used. I become gripped with the sense that my actions may have been controlled by someone this entire time, coming to the library, seeing that specific page, in the open book. Even whatever it is that I must do now, it is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened has been in someone's hands. I have gradually come to understand this. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own cause. I accept the direction of the unseen one. To whom I must obey. In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I now know where it is that I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time. I descend a staircase from which uncomfortable warm air flows, and I find an elevator at space that invites me to descend even farther, and its doors slowly open. Once I enter, its doors close, and with the next movement, I'm gonna be honest, we've seen this. I'm curious where they're going. Okay, yeah, is this a new place? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think we saw this last time. Light emanated from a small room which has been waiting for my arrival. Yeah, no, we totally saw this. I'm curious how this fight might go. Not yet, but... So, in the children's book option, we learned how to kill this fight. We learned how to kill this guy through the children's book. So, since this time I didn't look at the children's book, I'm curious how this fight's gonna go, you know? Also, last time, at first, I tried running away, so I'll just start firing my gun at it. smoking powder nipped from my handgun. I am certain that I hit it. However, those armor-like skills more than fulfilled their purpose. This isn't effective at all. This is no good. I need to make my bullets hit somewhere softer. At that moment, a part of my memory was suddenly awakened. Definitely. Last time I said teacher's room? I'll say library this time. If I remember that book that I picked up not too long ago, its contents run in my head. While paying very close attention to the movements of my opponent, I recall its passages. Even with black magic, it is thought to have vanished in present times. Its magical spells are actively researched in such areas. In that process, I'll alter satellite with the book I just read. I hope y'all remember the book I read a minute ago. The monster in front of me was possibly summoned by, or disguised by, black magic. However, that literature did not contain any information that would help me right now. I'm in danger. When I return to my senses, its wide open mouth is right in front of me, open in a way that suggests that it plans to swallow me whole. It's too late. I was caught in its mouth, easily lifted, and then crushed by its teeth as I fell inside. Well, that's different. Yeah, we were able to kill that guy last time. Huh. Interesting. Interesting, we died at the end of that cutscene this time. The monster from before vanished. I heavily stood up and then waited motionless for a bit until my eyes came into focus. Somehow this looks to be the boiler room. It's oddly quiet. I think I've seen this. Was that girl there before? I think so, because yeah, she disappears immediately. She doesn't have any, like, lines. Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't really remember something. Which game is this novel based on? Guessing 1 or 2? It's fully based on 1. Yeah, it's very heavily based on 1, except this game allows you to control the plot at times. Not to completely spoil the game, but I've had 2 endings so far. One of them, Harry was a mass murderer who killed everyone. So that was fun. And then on the second one, it was through Cheryl's perspective. And then I guess she died? And then she watched her own funeral. You know, dog ending in this? I don't know. I'd be surprised if it's in it, though. I gotta be honest. I'd be a little surprised. But yeah. Now I'm going through Harry's perspective again. Except this time just making different choices to see what's different, you know? You know. Sorry for not reading out everything again. It took me like 2 hours to read it all out the first time, and I was like, I don't want to take up the full stream just, you know, repeating a plot. You know? I'll say the new stuff. But, yeah. Oh my goodness, it's Galinsby. It's crazy, and she knew I'd be here, and she knows about my missing daughter before I even said anything. Okay. I think last time we said our story's unclear and I don't understand it, and it's fucked up and evil. So today I'll believe it. She lives here. I choose to believe her story without objection. But yeah, welcome in the old games. Welcome in. Alright. Yeah, I've seen all that. Yeah. And then you pick up the item. And the item's real. And then you use one of the items on the bridge or something. And it's like crazy. And then you make it to the hospital. And then you scream at the guy. Okay, last time I hid, so this time I'm gonna counterattack him with my gun. I'm sure this isn't gonna make Harry a murderer again. I'm sure I'll be fine. I instantly readied my gun. That plump man appeared to realize that I was human, but as soon as he saw the gun, his eyes grew wide. Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait, I'm not here for a fight. After I loaded my gun, the man sat down in his chair in a way that showed that he was relieved. Thank God, another human being. My name's Harry Manson. I'm in town on a vacation. Do you work here? The man nodded. I was truly relieved. Silent Hill, which, yeah, we've seen all this. Alright. Alright. Yeah? Yeah? There's a monster? Sometimes the text breaks a little bit. You know? We just ignore that. We just ignore it when sometimes the text breaks. You know? You know? Alright, I think last time we checked this room to see if there was anything more and we didn't go after the doctor. I'm gonna go after the doctor this time. Something, I feel like I'm on track to kill him. I leave the examination room. Kaufman is nowhere to be found. I begin to run. I pass through the medicine room and reach a blanked floor corridor that silently extends in an L shape. I move forwards and found that there was an elevator with a large door at the end of the corridor. I tried pressing the buttons besides it. Nothing happens. It looks like the power is off. There are several... Is this different? Head inside and close the door behind me. A large table. I don't think this is different, no. Weird. Weird. Illusion of choice. I mean, it might not be illusion of choice. I think we might just not be seeing any changes just yet, but I think it'll change the ending. You know? Completed most of them and you've never seen a hill. You never played Silent Hill 2 and saw the hillside at the very start of the game in like that one like graveyard or whatever. There's like a hill in Silent Hill 2. I'm not sure there's a hill in Silent Hill 1. I guess you have the cliffs at the very, very start of the game, like in the cutscene. There's a couple hills. There's at least one. There's at least one hill. You have to understand. You know, more like a mountain that. I guess you can make this argument. I guess you can. Okay, last time I picked up the pet bottle. This time I'll pick up the kitchen knife because there's no way Harry doesn't become a murderer. I picked up a knife that appears to be used for kitchen use. Perhaps this will come in handy for something. I only have a limited number of bullets left. When the time comes, I might be able to use this as a weapon. I left the kitchen. Crept out on the corridor once more, and as I stood there, went to the elevator. Went to the door that was closest to the elevator. Yeah? Shoot the knife out of the gun. We're good. You see, if we're good enough mass murderers, then no one will ever kill us, including myself. You know? You know? That's how it works. That's how it works. You know? Alright. Would you look at that? It's emergency power. And then we go through the elevators, and we're like, oh my goodness, this unlocked nothing. And we go back to the elevator, and oh my goodness, there's a new thing in the elevator. It's crazy. Alright. Okay. There's an enemy approaching. What did I do last time? I probably left the area. Knowing me, I left the area, so this time I use my gun. It is probably not human. I firmly grip my gun, position my finger on the trigger, and then begin to walk towards it with my gun ready beside my face. Eventually, something white enters my field of vision. I just aim with the flashlight on my chest, on my hand, and shine a light on it. A white figure appears, which is stooped over like an old woman. It looks to have undergone grotesque change. The monster has a very large hump on its back. It twitches and moves. I feel like we've seen that. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yes, hello. I really thought we would have, like, a new location by now or something. I really thought. You know? I appear to be wrong, but you know. Alright, last time I ran past the monster in front of me, so this time I'll run past behind. We'll backtrack. I turn around and begin to run towards the monster that was behind me, evading the large swings of its knife. I run down the dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. I'm not sure we saw this cutscene before. I'm thinking about Cheryl. Even if she is held prisoner somewhere in this hospital, there is no guarantee that I can rescue her here. In fact, there is no reason that the stairs I am on descending should lead me to Cheryl. Maybe we actually did see this cutscene. Maybe. Maybe I did actually see this. Maybe we did watch the cutscene about Mr. Man's realization that I am the one who's in control and not him. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sound of my heart. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Okay, it's minigame time. It's minigame time. Would you believe it? Okay, so how did I do this before? I need to make it to where there's like a 1. I know, crazy stuff. Well, that's not quite gonna... yeah. Nope, that also doesn't quite work out. My brain is breaking a little bit. But let's be honest here, when does that not happen? You know? When does that not happen? Okay, I did it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright. Got my 1. Harry melts the chain on the door. Inside, nothing stood out. Okay, last time we looked inside of the cabinet. This time I want to look on top of the cabinet. I think so. I stood up straight and looked on top of the cabinet. Other than a layer of dust so thick that it almost appeared as if cloth had been laid on top of the cabinet, there was nothing of interest. My field of vision shakes violently and I lost my balance and I fell to the floor. I landed on my butt hard enough for it to be unpleasant. It was there that I discovered something odd. Countless signs have been bored into the old flooring, and fiber-shaped wood chips are exposed. Yeah, looks as if someone's moved the cabinet and returned it to its original position. The marks on the floor are still fresh. They tell me that something other than human probably came down here. Something beyond this cabinet. Alright, I've seen all that. Yeah. Eat pee. Eat pee. Eat pee. EP. 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 EP, 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 EP. Got the game in 420, hell yeah. Alright, last time we looked at the diary, so this time I want to pick up the picture. Alyssa, that name is appearing in the small engraving on the lower right of the picture, and I read it out loud. The girl in the picture just looks at me, with her gentle lips open in a way that makes it look like she wants to say something. That face, which I have a memory of seeing, is especially pretty. This girl is in the middle of my sentence. I went silent. As I began to return the picture frame to its original position, I noticed that there was some writing on the back. 02 something 4. Y DNA. What is this? The incomprehensible letters had been scribbled back there. A feeling of doubt runs through my chest. I removed the picture from the frame and placed it in the diary that it was sitting next to, then held the diary tightly under my arm and left the room. What? There was a phone? Weird. Hello, hello. The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away, however, the call would not go through. Alyssa, just who is she? And why is her picture on display in the deep basement of the hospital? And where was that strange feeling of life that I sensed in that room coming from? I am unable to figure out any of it. I am so irritated. I headed for the examination room on the first floor. Seen all that. What did I do last time? I think I approached slowly, right? Because this is the room that has Lisa. This is the room that has Lisa in it. And I don't think I fired the gun at Lisa. So this time I guess we will. I readied the handgun, so there's more of you bastards. I can depend only upon my gun in this hospital, which has become a nest for monsters. At the moment I was about to pull the trigger, a woman shrieked, "Wait, don't shoot, I'm human." With my gun still ready, I carefully looked at the woman under the desk. What are you doing there? Oh, she's fine. She's okay. She's okay. She's okay. We would never commit murder. We will never do that. You're American only one answer? Yeah. Is it becoming obvious that my body decided to wake me up at like 1:32 p.m. today? Which is really early for me. You know? Is this obvious? Is this obvious? You know? You know? Also, we've seen this cutscene, so, you know. Yeah. Alright. Love you, Lisa. What else you gotta say? Nothing. Cool. Alright. Oh my goodness, it's Alicia Gillespie. So the game crashed here once. I'm curious if that crash is gonna happen again. I'm curious. I'm curious. It didn't crash. Okay, cool. Alright. Alright. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Inside the shop is a small. I take a look around using my flashlight and find that the place is a mess and that it looks almost as if it's been ransacked by thieves. Is something there? At first glance, I don't think that there is anything here that concerns me. However, I did not miss what was hidden behind a shelf. What's this? Harry, Sybil's behind me. Whoa, 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 wow, 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 woo, wow, wow. Okay, it was around here that things really started to fall apart in my, like, last playthrough of this route. So, yeah. Curious what the different things do. You know, very, very curious. Very, very curious. You know? Oh my goodness, there's a hole back there. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's bonkers. Some kind of bad dream this all is. Alright. Alright. Are we gonna get the tentacle cutscene or did it already happen? Just casually skimming the text to see if we got the tentacle cutscene. Oh, I love how that's like required. Good for them. Good for them. Good for them. Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay. So, is anything different here? There's a room at the end of the passage. As I enter the room, the light is dazzling bright, so that I have to shield my eyes. A large flame's coming off of the thick candle. Everything was shaking due to the light. At first I thought it was just a well-made doll, but yeah, she's dead now. Rest in peace, Sybil. What did I do last time? Did I run away? No. Because thinking. Surprised he isn't irritated. I know. He's so irritated when he sees dead people. What did I pick last time? I feel like we got a lot of information on how she died last time, which makes me feel like I should run away. Some things in this room. I became frightened and love. Yeah, I feel like I would remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it was B. Cool. Alright, thank you, Coyote. Thank you. Yeah. I head back to the passage that I just came from. Damn it, my flashlight won't turn on. It seems broken. I continue to run through the darkness. There's no source of light in front of or behind me to tell which way I'm going. After running for a bit, I thought, was this really this far into the antique shop? Even though I am moving, I do not feel like I'm moving forwards. I hallucinate that the corpse of Sybil is pulling at my feet and won't let me go. Perhaps I will end up running on this moving floor forever. Finally, my consciousness grows distant, and I fall into the hard floor and pass out once again. Harry? Are you okay? Harry, we've seen this cutscene. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Lisa, did you know that there was once a cult in this town? That's so crazy. That's so crazy, Lisa. That's so crazy. Yeah, we saw this. Yeah. Yeah, I wanna go talk to Lisa. Open the gate to the hospital. And Lisa's waiting for us. Yeah? I'm really hoping this ending's different, you know, because not much has been different so far. I really got, you know? Like, we've seen a couple new, like, dialogue options, but yeah, nothing really. You know? Yeah, strange. Like, I would think the ending would be different. There's no way the ending that we got is the only ending, you know? There's no way. There's no way. But, like, we're, like, near the end. Or at least, like, the ending that I got last time. So, yeah. Yeah. Curious what's about to happen. At the end of the corridor with a white light, I see a dark figure of a girl out in the darkness. She appears to be facing me and can see me. Cheryl, at that moment I appear to approach, the figure vanishes. Bang, the sound of a... I think we got the same ending. I think we did. Yeah, Lisa's dead. Huh. Okay, there is another thing here. Okay. Fuck, what did I say last time? I also don't remember here. I think I said pursue the girl I just saw last time, probably. Does anyone remember? If not, I'll just check the VOD. You know? You know, let me start checking the VOD right away, just in case no one knows. Okay, so B is the one I should pick. Yeah? just being clear, because I don't want to go through this whole game again. I picked A. Okay, cool. Figured that's what you meant. Just, yeah. Alright. I searched the area around the corpse. There's a familiar handgun. This is the gun that I received from Sybil. Just to be sure, I checked my pockets, and sure enough, my handgun is gone. At some point, it must have been stolen from me. I feel like I saw that last time. Huh. Ah. Ah. Kaufman's dead now. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I wonder. This might be a terrible idea. I'm resetting the game. I'm resetting. Because this game auto-saves constantly. And I want to see if it's saved before that cutscene. Because I might have a little bit of doubts. I might have a tiny bit of doubts. Just like a little bit. Even Kaufman Assault? Nah, too late. Too late. Yeah, alright. And then there's Cheryl with the gun. Okay, last time I think I said if you're gonna kill me now. This time I'll say give me the handgun. Cheryl, give me that handgun. I tried to take the handgun away from Cheryl. It can't be, this handgun is. Cheryl grinned and then placed the barrel of the handgun against my forehead. Goodbye. The voice of the girl rocks my eardrums. Bang! The sound of gunfire with my eyes closed. I waited for my consciousness to fade away. However, something is not right. I gingerly opened my eyes and saw Cheryl lying in front of me. Sybil was standing behind her, with the gun pointed at her hand. What? Oh, this is different. Oh. Sybil has killed my daughter. Amazing. Smoke was rising from the barrel of her handgun. Sybil glanced at me and then let out a long breath. Sybil, Harry, I'm glad I made it on time. Are you hurt? I forcefully stood and wrapped my hands around Sybil's neck. What have you done? Have you lost your mind? Sybil was not surprised. With effort, she remained calm and pointed at Cheryl's body with a grin. Take another look. Take another good look. That is not Cheryl. I rolled over the face-down body and looked at its face. Delilah. I looked up at Sybil. You must have mistaken her for Cheryl. You must have been hallucinating, but that's all right. I am just really glad I made it in time. What is this all about? Delilah and Kaufman and also Lisa? By chance, I heard the three of them talking, so I listened in. That wasn't what we discussed, Delilah. Yeah, it's not like we awkward. It's not. I need to get my cat. I'll leave y'all on this cliffhanger of text. Like as soon as we get to the new stuff. Give me 1 second. Would you believe it? Would you believe it that I've returned? Would you believe this? It's like fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. You know? Yeah, it's not like we ever had a deal in the first place. I will take the white, Claudia, because I don't care for trusting you with it. Kaufman. With this, you are going to become a very rich. I have a good route for distribution, Delilah. You people, in your cahoots with each other, Kaufman. No one is conspiring against you. Since the beginning, everything has been going according to plan. You've taken care of the distribution, right, Lisa? There is a record in which my share is clearly recorded. Delilah. Ha ha ha. That piece of paper is now ash, just like your daughter, Lisa. Then a gunshot rang out, and a woman's scream reverberated. Reverberated count is now at 10. Then, for a bit, there was a struggle, but in the end, the man's voice ceased as well. I was hiding behind a pillar. Delilah came out of the room alone. She didn't notice me. She was holding a handgun, and her clothes were soaked in blood. I tailored her, without her noticing, to this hospital. Once she found you, she pulled out her gun once more and pointed it at you. To protect you, I pulled the trigger on the gun I was carrying. In the dark hospital, only Sybil's voice echoed on and on. All the people in this world have become corpses, and only outsiders remain. No, wait, one person still remains, just one. I have Cheryl somewhere. What? I have Cheryl somewhere safe. Yeah, okay, cool. Well then, let's go to her. She can hardly wait to see her father. Cheryl. No, not her. There is still one other person in this world. Yeah, let's go. You're about to be reunited with your precious daughter for whom you have been searching. How about looking a little more excited? Wait, what? They found the daughter? Huh? Something is incomplete. I began to walk behind Sybil. A reunion with Cheryl. I risked my life and wished for this, but in spite of that, my heart is filled with emptiness. Sybil's figure sways up and down as I follow her, and my entire body trembles with extreme exhaustion. Just where does Sybil have my daughter? I think that maybe we're walking without destination. At that moment, I was then unable to see what Sybil was really up to. Wait, what? Is that an ending? Is that an ending? Is that an ending? Are you sure? What was Sybil up to? We need to play through Sybil's perspective, don't we, to figure it out? That's what they want. Alright. Okay. I feel like we got two endings out of Mason's route. I don't think there's much else I can do different in Mason's route. Except for like specialty stuff, I guess. I don't know, like kill everyone and spare everyone and like stuff like that, you know, but yeah, huh. You know? But yeah. Alright. Let's move over to Cheryl though. Alright, I've also already done a route of Cheryl's, so yeah, like Mason's, the start is gonna skip over a lot. This is gonna skip over a lot. Sorry about it. Would you believe it that my cat went out the room? Yeah, Cheryl has a full route in this game. Yeah. Or maybe not a full route, but from her perspective at the very least. You know? Would you believe it that I need to get my cat again? Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Give me 1 second. Boo. Alright. I have returned. I know, never happens. Never happens. Alright. I really thought the game crashed there for a second. I really thought it did. I really thought. You know what I was gonna be like, really? I've been here for 2 seconds. A shame. Alright. Now, I will say, there were like a lot of choices in this route. So. Yeah. Yeah. I think this might be very different, you know, because it's not just like, oh, haha, what do you want to, like, ask the person? It's a lot of, what is Sybil gonna do? You know? Okay, last time we just woke him up, I think, so this time we'll wait for him to wake up. Sybil was relieved to know that she was not the only person in town. She sat down at the counter and waited for the man to be awakened. After a bit, Sybil thought that the man's breathing had become troubled. As she thought this, he forcefully sat up. Sybil moved over to the man until he was able to look down at him and then fold her arms. She was relieved. That was how she honestly felt. It looked like you could have come around. Who are you? The man asked this while heavily shaking his head. I'm Sybil, Sybil Bennet. All communication with this town suddenly went dead. Alright. We've seen all that. Did we? For a moment, Sybil could not hide her astonishment, but then, because of her profession, she quickly reined it up more. Up? A little girl? No, I haven't seen her. No, yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, we should have saw that. Should have. No. Alright. Alright. I see. Alright. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. They should. I swear there are like a million options in this route. You know? Sometimes the colors do that. You know, I'm sure it's normal. Oh yeah! Oh, forgot about this choice. I think I let the dog attack her last time. I kind of treated her terribly last time, so this time we're gonna have the dog just run away and not try and kill her. The monster just moves right past Sybil and then continues away from her. Clearly, it is heading somewhere with some purpose. Various concerns run through the back of Sybil's mind. Instinctively, she begins to chase after the monster. However, its speed is fast, and it does not appear possible for Sybil to be able to catch up to it. Additionally, the thick curtain of fog is also making her pursuit difficult. Sybil continues to run for a while, but ends up completely losing sight of her target. She stops and leans against an antique lamppost and presses on her chest. She waits as the time between her breaths gradually increases and decreases. Okay, last time I think I let her be overcome with hopelessness. I think so. So this time, she'll be calm this time. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she was able to do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what's happening here. I should look for the police station. Even if the person I was talking to on the phone, that all feels the same. But alright, sure. Alright, made it to the police station. After she walked around the reception area for a while, she moved towards her room. The room had been left open for her. The plate on the door says meeting room. Compared to the same room before in the Bram station, this one's quite small. She looked around the room. What? I don't think I got this choice last time of if someone was here. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I got this choice last time. Last time we got straight to Mason trying to kill us. Do I let Mason be here? Do I let him join us this time, or do I go for the murder plot? You know what, just because I'm curious if it's a quick ending, we're gonna let Mason be here. Underneath the lined-up tables, behind the folding chairs, Sybil cautiously checked all the places someone could hide, but it appears that no one was here? What? Why is there no one here? She's uneasy. She wants to talk to someone, to anyone. These feelings might be what made Sybil think that someone was here. There was definitely someone there last time. What was all that about? Sybil left the police station. Sybil is once again in the city streets where the snow is falling. That's right. Sybil recalls her conversation with Harry. Oh yeah, Sybil. You haven't seen a little girl in town, have you? A little girl? Yes, Cheryl. I wonder if I'll be able to rescue her unharmed in this town, which, has become a nest of monsters. But Sybil is a police officer. To find and protect Cheryl is her responsibility and her mission. Realizing this, Sybil could not sit still, and in the next moment she was gone. There should be an elementary school on the edge of town. Sybil followed her intuition and decided that Cheryl probably headed for the school after wandering around the town. Per her training in child psychology, she has learned that if a child loses their parents or guardians, then the chance is high that they will be drawn to places that they are most used to going, places where there are lots of people. However, ahead of all of her knowledge, either a bit of instinctively, or due to a sense similar to that of a memory coming back, she believed somewhere within her heart that Cheryl was probably at the elementary school. Sybil may have been drawn here by someone. As she nears the elementary school, part of her shirt becomes soaked with clammy sweat. Is it really okay to go inside? She asks herself many times. As she reached the edge of the school grounds, her consciousness sense of duty as a police officer rose up within her, along with her sense of reason. As she began to walk naturally towards the school, it is now too late for her to turn back. She readies herself, and then, using both her hands, pushes the door in front of her to open the door with all her strength. The aged building reeked of a particular mildew. However, its insides were much cleaner than she had expected, and Sybil found this a bit surprising. Perhaps it was just the results of her enduring the cold wind for so long, but she had a terrible headache. Sybil pressed her fingers to her temples, and eventually began to walk aimlessly again. Sybil opened the door leading to a long hallway. She looked through the glass windows placed in the doors of the classrooms. While slowly walking, there was no sign of Cheryl. The courtyard is to her right, and landscaping is very nice, and has been well cared for. The snow has become sleet, and does not look like it will accumulate in the back of the courtyard. There is an old clock tower. However, Sybil is not particularly interested in it. I wonder how Harry is doing. I wonder if the gun I gave him is coming in handy. If I cannot meet with Harry after I find Cheryl, then it will be meaningless. We should have made plans to rendezvous somewhere. Sybil thought this. But words, they're hard. Welcome in, Crumpkins. How's it going? Sybil thought this. But at this point, nothing could be done. So, yeah, you know? They retold the story of Silent Hill 1 on the GBA as a Japan exclusive game, but they also added a fuck ton to the story. So, you know? That's what's happening today. But welcome in, Crumpkins. How's it going? At any rate, there was her horrible headache. It is gradually getting worse, dulling her sense of time and space. A sluggishness similar to sleepiness grasps her entire body. Perhaps I'm just dreaming all of this, Sybil thought. Is it difficult for a person to tell whether they are dreaming or not while in a dream? But for her to accept these conditions is just as difficult. She has no memory of how she got to this town, so it seemed natural for her to think that she had been in a deep sleep since the moment of the motorcycle accident until now, or possibly from even before then. From before the time of the phone call with the Silent Hill police station, or maybe, while contemplating the possibility, Sybil climbed the stairs to the second floor of the school. And then, what'd she hear? I'm gonna say that she heard. We're gonna go with the piano. We're gonna go with the piano. And then she heard a melody being played on the piano in one of the classrooms. A nervous look ran across Sybil's face, and at the same time she felt relief, as if being drawn to the sound of the piano. Sybil cautiously moved forwards towards the room that the music coming along, feeling what words? The room that the music is coming from, while feeling along the wall with her hand. Music room, that is what's written on the door. The beautiful melody is definitely being played by someone in this room. Sybil placed her hand on the door. And at that moment, the music suddenly stopped, and the area was enveloped in silence. "Who's there?" she says, and then opens the door. Inside the center of the room, a grand piano has been placed. The piano appears cramped within the cozy room. No one is sitting in front of the piano. Sybil approaches the piano. Its cover is open, but the black and whites on the keyboard stand out. Almost like smoke, the player of the piano appears to have vanished into thin air. "Strange," Sybil mutters. Behind the curtains, under the piano, Sybil looked in all the places in the room that a person could hide. There is only one entrance to this room. There is no other way to enter this room other than by using the door that Sybil just came through. Did they jump out the window? No, this is the second floor. Falling from here would result in more than just an injury. Having become a little spooked, she turned to leave the room. In the next instant, Sybil's heart nearly stopped. At the entrance of the music room, a white-faced girl was sitting still, just looking at Sybil. She appeared to be afraid of something, and her eyes, wide, were filled with tears that looked like jewels. "Cheryl? Are you Cheryl?" Sybil regained her composure and approached the small girl. She kneeled and softly placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, and the girl nodded. "My name is Sybil. Your daddy is looking for you. If we don't hurry back to him, your daddy is braving danger running around this town. Have you seen that ferocious-looking monster?" Sybil thought of the monster that she had seen in town as she spoke. Cheryl. Has Cheryl seen the monster? I think she probably has. But do I want her to see it? We're gonna go with no. I don't want her to see it. You know, I'll pretend that she hasn't. Cheryl shakes her head no. I see. Well, at any rate, something strange is happening in this town. All the people have completely vanished. If we don't get out of here soon, then we might disappear as well. Once again, Cheryl shakes her head no. Sybil does not understand what Cheryl means, but continues anyways. "I will protect you. Let's go to your daddy. It is my duty to take you to him." Saying this, Sybil takes Cheryl's hand in hers, and they leave the music room. By chance, the two of them happen to look at a window. From where they are, the visible courtyard has become completely enveloped in darkness, for it's become night so soon. For a moment, Sybil cannot believe her eyes, but she was only able to worry about whether she would be able to meet Harry. The two of them walk down the pitch-black hallway. Because of their difference in their strides, their footsteps overlap as they echo. At the moment they approach the entrance to the school grounds, Cheryl spoke directly for the first time. I don't want to leave here. I don't want to see my daddy. If we meet there will be sadness. You should go back, ma'am." Sybil stopped walking and spoke while just staring at Cheryl. "It's your daddy. There's no reason that it should be sad for you to see him. If you stay here, then you might get worse, or worse things could worse things would then be truly sad." I might be getting tired. My reading skills are getting worse. I feel like I'm reading slower. Try and let my brain keep up. Definitely feel like I've slowed down a bit since the start of stream. Saying that, Sybil begins walking again. After a bit she stops and adds, "It's miss, not ma'am." And then the two of them left the school. Just what time is it now? Sybil curses the fact that she forgot her watch at the Bram station. It is probably late at night. She no longer feels the headache or sleepiness from just before. Holding Cheryl's cold hand, Sybil focuses her mind on locating Harry. She figured that Harry was no longer in the cafe, but wonders if he may have left a memo or something there for her. Compared to Harry, Sybil should know the geography of Silent Hill better because of her profession. However, because of the darkness and the thick fog that limit her field of vision, she is in a situation where it is difficult to know even her current location. She had encountered a strange monster on her way to the school, so now she did not have much confidence in being able to find her way back to the cafe. The sky began to get light while Sybil walked and contemplated the route to the cafe. This made her think that perhaps time is rapidly passing in this town alone. Although the fog was present as ever-decreasing visibility, she could see a lot better now. And then before she knew it, the cafe was right in front of her. Something isn't right. Sybil feels a sense of discord within her. However, her feet continued on, as if guided by strong power, to the inside of the cafe. Sybil led Cheryl through the entrance of the cafe. The inside of the cafe had been ravaged. The glass windows facing the street were broken, and several tables were knocked out on their sides. So Sybil could not move any farther in. Oh my god. I wonder if Harry's alright. A red pool of liquid reflects vividly in Sybil's eyes. She prayed that this was not Harry's blood. Harry, it's me. It's Sybil. I found Cheryl. If you are here, then please come out. There is no answer. Sybil had began to step forwards, but then gasps with just what is this? The corpse of a brown-colored monster that Sybil had never seen before lies in the center of the pool of liquid. Several shells were scattered about it, which probably meant that Harry had a battle in here. Since Harry was no longer here, she guessed that he defeated the monster, and then left to search for Cheryl. He hunts, isn't it? Sybil began to search the area and move towards the monster. I feel like we gotta move towards the monster. I'm moving towards the monster. I need to know. Sybil cautiously searches the monster. There's no doubt about it. The bullets lodged inside the monster's body were once loaded into the handgun in which she had given Harry. Normally these should have gone all the way through. The bullets told a tale about the endurance and hardness of the monster. The bullets scattered about on the floor supported this, as they gave Sybil the feeling that they had just hit hard skin of the monster and then bounced off. Other than this, there did not appear to be anything else out of the ordinary. Well, your daddy's not here. Let's look someplace else. Sybil took Cheryl's hand, and without a word they rushed out into the snowy street once again. Ding dong. A church bell is ringing. The bell rings forcefully, almost as if it had been waiting for them to leave the cafe. There are still other people here. Sybil's eyes glittered. This might be Harry's way of telling me where he is. And even if it's not Harry, if there is someone still here in this town, then she would like to meet with them and hear what they have to say. Sybil's feet naturally pointed her towards the church. Expecting to find a clue to escaping and reuniting with Harry, she tightly gripped Cheryl's hand and began to run. Once they arrived at the church, the ringing stopped, and the large doors at the entrance began to open from the inside. Sybil then thought that perhaps someone had been watching her movements all this time. She looked up to the top of the torch, and then began to look around nervously, until a voice saying "this way" brought her back to her senses. Sybil faced the eerie woman from a distance. The woman once more called out to Sybil, "This way." Sybil mysteriously moved towards the woman. "Were you the one ringing that bell?" "Kill, kill, kill." The woman's face suddenly twisted and she began laughing loudly. She saw Sybil's perplexed expression, but thought nothing of it, and just waved her hand left and right in front of Sybil's face. "I have been waiting for you. You have come just as expected." Sybil cocked her head to the side. "Do you live here?" The woman nodded and then looked at Cheryl. "You have done well to come here, you know, don't you? That it was my doing that caused. And you were hesitant to come alone, weren't you? But in the end, I was able to meet you. This is all thanks to that woman." "I don't understand what you're talking about." Sybil's words may or may not have reached her, but that woman began to laugh loudly again. "Hey, tell me, why are there no people here? Why are all the exits from the town blocked?" "I do not know either, But shouldn't you be asking that girl instead? Sybil had a look of what on her face? She looked at Cheryl. Cheryl's face was tearful, and she shook her head back and forth. Sybil looked back at that woman and shouted at her, "Stop all this nonsense. We have been pursued by monsters and nearly killed. If I was not protecting this child, then who knows what would have happened to her by now." The path of the wise men, the fool guided to this land through astrology. Everything has been preordinated. There is nothing you can do. You are not holding that child's hand. That child is holding yours. Her anger showing, Sybil went to open her mouth, but at that moment the woman blocked her. "I am Delilah Gillespie. With that in hand, I wonder where you will end up going. I have nothing for you, and nothing to tell you. You must escape from that demon's grasp as soon as possible. You must find means to do so for your own sake. There is nothing I can do now. I will pray for your safety. Sybil Bennett." Sybil was shocked to be called by name. As she watched Delilah quickly depart, she was unable to speak. After Delilah disappeared behind a door, Sybil regained herself. She tightly had Cheryl's hand, and they left the church. Someone's face scares you. As it should. Yeah. Right after they left the church, Cheryl began to speak. "Hey, miss, I'm fine by myself now. This is not my first time coming here, and I have met that lady we just saw before." Sybil stops in surprise. "What do you mean?" I have a place that I want to go, but I can go alone. I can only go alone. If you are with me, I won't be able to go. And there's something terrible is sure to happen." "Something terrible? Why?" "Your daddy is looking for you. Until I get you back to your daddy, I cannot leave your side." "You're wrong. My daddy must not find me. Someone is waiting for me. In order for me to meet that person, Sybil let out a short sigh. I don't want to scold Cheryl, because I feel like then she might just run away. We're not going to scold her. Hey, wait, come on. Cheryl. Sybil made an effort to calmly end Cheryl's speaking. "You must have had a bad dream or something, but something more frightening is actually occurring in this town. Come on, please, take my hand." Cheryl placed her small hand in Sybil's palm. "I'll protect you no matter what. So, you are safe, okay?" Once more, Sybil began to walk down the foggy street with Cheryl in tow. At first, Cheryl resisted, holding Sybil's hand as hard as she could, but once she realized this was futile, she reluctantly followed along behind Sybil while wiping away her tears. Cheryl muttered something so that it could not be heard. What did she mutter? Let's go or goodbye? I'm gonna go with goodbye. No, let's go. Well, let's go where? I don't know, let's go. After walking for a bit, the two of them started to notice that the murmuring of water had begun to interfere with their conversation. Cheryl stopped walking. Water was splashing up from the strong current in the old aqueduct through the white fog. Due to the bad weather, the water level had risen up to the fortified concrete embankment. So rather than an aqueduct, it was more like an overflowing river that was in a dangerous state. What's that? A girl is drowning? Or a boy is drowning? We're gonna go with girl. But who? A girl stood alone in the current. She was fighting the strong current and appeared to be holding on to a fragile fusion with all of her might. "Miss, look!" Cheryl screamed, broke away from Sybil's hand, and then began to run towards the girl. "Cheryl, that's dangerous!" Sybil instantly chased after her. A stone barrier runs parallel to the aqueduct. It's about a shoulder width and about the height of a child. Falling to the right from the barrier could result in injury, and falling to the left would probably result in being swallowed up by the current. Cheryl nimbly ran along the top of the narrow barrier. "Hey, wait, that's dangerous." Her words were ineffective. Using her innate physical prowessness, Sybil got on top of the barrier. However, she could not run along it as nimbly as Cheryl. By the time Sybil caught up to Cheryl, she was lying prone on top of the barrier and reaching out towards the embankment, trying to grasp the girl's hair. That's dangerous. You'll fall in. It's too much for you. I'll save this girl. Please. Help me, miss. Please. Sybil lightly jumps down onto the embankment side and is again surprised by the strength of the current. Cheryl is leaning out halfway and looks as if she could fall in at any moment and could be swallowed by the dark waters. Cheryl, you stay right there and don't move. I'll be sure to save her. Cheryl says nothing and just stares at Sybil. Sybil's footing is quickly being eaten away by the strong current. As long as snow continues to pour into the entire town, the aqueduct will certainly continue to overflow. The water is up to Sybil's knees, and the water pulls at her legs. Sybil reaches her hand out towards the girl. The girl's face is covered in the white splashes, so Sybil cannot see it very well. Everything's alright, don't worry, Sybil shouts out to give the girl hope, but the girl just appears to be caught on the like a rag, and perhaps that is the best way to describe her. Sybil eventually grabs the girl's left arm and is relieved a little. Everything is fine, trust me, Sybil says kindly. However, the current of the water is faster than she had imagined. Pulling the girl against the current will not be easy. There is nowhere to grab onto, so she cannot pull any strength into it. The freezing cold is robbing her body of its warmth, and her fingertips are going numb. Miss, it's impossible. You too will be swept away by the current. Cheryl calls out to Sybil from behind. Sybil has an eternal feeling that she must save this girl, even if that means she will end up getting swept away. It'll be okay, just a little more. At that moment, Sybil unfortunately loses her footing and falls into the current, and at the same time, she sees the face of the drowning girl for the first time. Huh? As Sybil is swallowed by the merciless current, she looks up to see another girl on the barrier. The unfamiliar girl looks down at Sybil with no expression on her face. She didn't understand it. She couldn't believe anything. She's holding the arm of the girl as she is swallowed into the dark waters and then loses consciousness. Is that an ending? Everything is dark. There is not a single sound. Sybil cannot tell whether her eyes are open or closed. The hand gripping Sybil's hand suddenly moved. I may have used you, miss. Sybil made a face like, what? And immediately asked, what are you saying? That's why I was against it. You're a good person, so I didn't want you to get wrapped up in this, but in the end, I've made you suffer. And I guess that's the same thing as getting you involved. You know, sometimes the best way to localize a game is to say, what? Sometimes. You know? Sybil smiles. I have said it many times, but it is my job to get you back to your father's custody. Get me involved, or whatnot. It is not a problem. You're wrong, miss. Silence flows between the two of them. As for what Daddy will do, and so on, those are issues that do not even compare to what I am dealing with on my own personal issue. It's something that I should have never told anyone. Something very important. I have thought about it for so long. I have been confused by it for so long. However, maybe I can tell you about it, miss. The reason why there is no one in town, the reason why I don't want to see my daddy, and also, my true. Once again, there is silence. Your true? Your true what? Do you know something? Sybil. However, that question is not answered. And then, the low sound of a motor through the floor and causes a slight quiver in Sybil's stomach. To her front, she has only a glimpse of a single shaft of light. The light thinly extends up and down, and eventually expands to the left and right, revealing a small room. It is an elevator. The elevator doors have opened wide. It sits ready, almost as if it has come for Sybil. Sybil and the girl are lit by its light. And then Sybil felt the grip of the girl that she was holding on to become weak. No, wait, an illusion. No, the two of us are definitely holding hands. Sybil looked towards the girl. Her entire body was paralyzed with a chill, powerless. Sybil sank down in that very spot. Her vision is hazy. The colors drained from her entirety. The girl is not there. In the light, the thing that Sybil is holding on to, it is. Sybil suppressed a shriek. This. Is it a green jelly-like object? Or is it a doll? I think doll. I'm gonna go with doll. It was a slightly dirty but familiar doll. Countless blue fireworks went off in front of Sybil's eyes. Memories of the past. Unforgettable memories. Memories that should have been tightly sealed away within her. She was holding onto the doll tightly. Sybil had hidden in the closet. Through the crack, a familiar scene. Her parents, shot in the head. In the blood-soaked carpet, the low laugh of a man. She held the doll over her mouth to suppress her urges to scream that assaulted her from time to time, and so she had somehow survived. She had survived. Why is the doll from that time here? Why? Why is it here? It was the reason she became a policewoman. That incident had largely impacted her future. Cheryl was gone, and all that was left was the unpleasant feeling of memories she had thought that she had forgotten. I'm losing my mind, she sobbed alone inside the elevator. The town, along with the lives of several people, had been swallowed up within the devil's dark grab. Inside the small box, she claimed she calmed her breathing while shaking her shoulders hard. First of all, I should look for Harry, and then work with him to escape from this wretched world. Quite a bit of time passed since the one lamp had gone out from the floor display. From the vibrations, she could tell that she was descending, but even still, this had gone on for far too long. Staring at the display of B1, she had pushed her back against the wall and slumped. Is there something in the basement of this building? Deep in the ground? And if Sybil was brought here, then what was the reason? I need to go get my cat. 1 second, 1 second. Feels bad cutting off the Mazerna Falls theme, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Eventually, the elevator begins to gradually slow its descent, and at the same time that it comes to a complete stop, the B1 lamp lights up, and then its doors open. Also, sorry if you can hear my cat eating in the background. Sybil dully felt the series of movements. With the doors open, the light that illuminates the passage that extends in front of her pours into the elevator. As Sybil begins to walk forwards, it almost looks like that light is supporting her from behind. It is a cold, although she is just walking down a corridor. Sorry if you can hear my cat. Yeah, you know, you might be able to. Let me turn up the microphone all the way. He's staring at us. He knew I Alright, alright. Sometimes I'm reminded how sensitive my mic can get, and it's like crazy. Performance anxiety, honestly. You know, it's crazy. That is like one in a jail. Sybil's heart beats irregularly. Eventually, a single door appears. The passage ends with this door. Perhaps all the mysteries of B1 will lie in this room. I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. The voice of the girl flitted about. Flitted? Is that a word? Flitted about in the back of Sybil's mind. What was the girl's goal? And where is Harry? Perhaps Harry has come here in the same manner as well, or she had a feeling that by opening the door, the many questions worrying about in her head would all but be put to rest. Sybil summoned forth her courage and placed her hand on the door. Ah. Butterfly flits? I'm not familiar with that term. Not really, no. Interesting. It is hot, and Sybil immediately takes her hand off the knob. Something is burning beyond this door. It is impossible to open this door by hand. Just from touching the door, the palm of Sybil's hand stingingly hurts. I would just say stings, but fair enough. She kicks the door with all her might, and with a hopeful feeling, she continues to kick the door over and over with the thick sole of her boot. Finally, the knob breaks, and the door forcefully opens inwards. At the same time, hot wind singes Sybil's hair. And then, Sybil saw it. The room is about as large as a movie theater. Fire has spread all throughout, and it has begun to collapse. Beyond the debris and flames, a man is holding something to his chest and heading towards another exit in order to get out. And just as he reached the exit, the vigorously burning flames lit the side of his face. It was... Am I killing Harry? Am I killing Harry? I'll do it. I'll burn half of Harry's face. And it was unmistakably Harry. Harry! Sybil's voice was a scream. Without backing away, she ran into the room, which had become hell-like. A piece of rubble enveloped in flames fell right in front of her. Sybil had fallen back on her, behind, but instantly stood up, moved around the obstacle, and proceeded farther into the room. However, she had just lost Harry. Harry! She once again yelled out his name. Someone is collapsed at her feet. A girl, dressed in white clothing, is lying face down, and her back moves up and down, along with her breathing. Sybil stops, kneels down, and places her hand on the girl's shoulders. Are you okay? If you stay here, you'll be burned to death. Hurry and get up. The girl just remains face down and does not even try to look up. Sybil forcefully lifts the girl's shoulders up, and then her face freezes. The girl is the one that she was just traveling with. The girl's name suddenly rises up within her memory. Cheryl. Cheryl, why are you here? Sybil carries Cheryl's small body and heads for the exit. Cheryl has suffered serious burns on her entire body. If they don't get out quickly, then not only Cheryl, but Sybil as well will be burned to a black smoke rises from Cheryl's white clothing. The girl is just barely conscious, and her face is pale. Part of her hair is burned, and her... something. Every once in I'm not sure if y'all have noticed it, but you know, a lot of the time, instead of making like a new text box, they will just cut off words at the very end. And I'm trying to think what word they meant by R-I. And her R-I is red and swollen. Can I just say I? I'm gonna act like it's I. Her eye is red and swollen. Sybil sheds tears. The sound of explosions resound from all directions, and the floor shakes and rumbles. Sybil holds the burned girl close to protect her. And in order to save the faint life in front of her, Sybil risks her own life. Sybil devotes herself completely to her current goal, and she considers this to be her duty. Sybil avoids debris as she heads towards the exit. At the same time, she thinks, the man she just saw, he seems to have just abandoned this girl. And if that's the case... Sybil finally arrives at the exit. She places her foot on the white staircase that extends in front of her, and then she races up it. From behind, the loudest explosion yet occurs. A sea of fire is just behind Sybil and is closing in on her. As she climbs the long staircase, Sybil has the goal of reaching the light coming from above the ground. Or perhaps she just senses that it is her last hope, so she runs stronger and faster up the stairs. Sybil glances down at Cheryl's face. The end. There's gotta be an ending where everyone's not dead and suffering. I must admit. But that appears to be all we got. Well, we got 4 endings and every single one's ended in... Oh, Silent Hill. Oh, Silent Hill. We got some more of the cards, though. Nice. Oh, a lot of cards. Wow. Oh, shit. Like, a lot of cards. Wow. Also, oh my god, how many cards are there? How many? Okay, 32. Alright. I guess the color of the card shows, like, which route you got it from, huh? Interesting. Like if it was on, Sybil's side or Mason's. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I want to do another route. Because, like, I'm interested in this game, but also, like, at the same time, I kind of feel like I'm, like... I don't know. I'm trying to think of, like, other things the game could do, you know? You know, chat? Sometimes... I'm curious if the internet has the answers. I just want to see how many endings there actually are in this game, you know? Like, how much is actually here? You know, let's see. Silent Hill play novel endings. Like, how many endings are there? You know... That's... what? What the fuck does that mean? Interesting. And that... whoa. Are those all different? Okay. Okay, huh. Interesting. Sorry, just looking at an image of, like, how all this, like, works and whatnot. Is that how the internet works? Am I allowed to just, like, link an image? Does that work? You know, also that's a good bit of endings, yeah. Huh. Interesting how it all connects. Huh. Strange. Yeah, that's neat. There's a good game. Good game. There's a surprising amount here. You know, like, yeah. It's cool. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. You know. I think this game should be talked about more. I think it should. Okay, and then it looks like Sybil's chart is less complicated. You know? Yeah. Which is funny, because I feel like I've done, like, significantly better in, like, a Sybil's arc of, like, just having stuff happen. You know? I feel like with Sybil, I've gotten a lot more out of it. You know? I guess that makes a bit of sense, though, yeah, because looking at Sybil's chart, all of the endings are, like, right near the end of the chapters. You know? Like, I bet I've gotten to ending 8, well, chapter 8, like, every time in, Sybil's route. And there's only 9 chapters in Sybil's, where, when it comes to... Harry really has 18 chapters? That's a lot. Yeah, Civils is pretty straightforward, it seems, which, yeah, makes sense for that one. Feels more like a complete story. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, huh. Neat. Neat game. I. Yeah, cool. Huh. Just cool. It's a cool game. It's a cool game. Very cool. Very cool. Cool. All right. But do I want to play more of it? Because honestly, I think I don't know. I think I'm kind of good. I gotta admit, like I'm having a good time with it. But also, it's like do I wanna skip past like 80% of a story so I can see a new ending again? Like the new endings are cool, but like I'm like all right. I think I'm like okay. I think. But with that being said, should we spin the wheel? Maybe we should spin the wheel. Maybe. Maybe. Do I spin the wheel now or do I save it for tomorrow? Let's spin it now. I was thinking about this. Because I don't know, I always feel bad when I like start streams of spinning the wheel, so let's spin it now and then see what I'm doing tomorrow. Okay. Wheel. Please be nice to me. Please be nice to me. What am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing? What am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing tomorrow? Oh, that's an interesting decision. So, I don't even know how to describe Hybrid Heaven. It's N64 something. You know what? I have a little bit of time today. It's a chill stream. We have a bit of time. I, let me just like show a little bit of Hybrid Heaven, cause it's gonna be a journey. Let me just give you like a little sneak peek, a little sneak peek, just a little peek of what we got going on tomorrow. Just a tiny peek. I don't think it's a fighting game. I don't think so. You know. I approach it in my brain. It's like a mix of Castlevania 64 and Metal Gear Solid, is where my brain's at. Now, how correct that is, who fucking knows? Who knows? Who knows? But, yeah. Yeah, alright, setting the game up and whatnot. Sorry for the delays and it getting going. Come on. Is it gonna work? I have inserted the video game. The video game is thinking about working. It's fine, don't apologize. Well, what if I wanna apologize? What if I wanna do this? You ever think about this? You ever think about this? Sorry, I totally almost doxed myself there. Totally did, but whatever. I use OBS in ways that makes it to where I like can't really. So hey, let's go. You try not to think about things. That's probably best. Okay. Okay, just a little sneak peek. Look at us playing a 4x3 game again. Look at us playing a game where like things like actually fit like properly on screen. It's crazy. But yeah, Silent Hill play novel. Very interesting time. Very interesting. Yeah. Oh, the game's too loud. Oh, y'all are like dying. Let me like maybe not kill you. Let me like maybe not do that. Yeah. Hybrid Heaven. Please connect control pack. I don't have a control pack? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Rumble Pack should be. Without being able to save, no, don't start the game like that. Don't do that. Can I not save with a rumble pack? Are you sure? Do you hate rumble packs? Why do you hate rumble packs? Why are you so mean? Why are you so mean? You hate rumble packs. You hate rumble packs. Even though I feel like this game should benefit from a rumble pack. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. What? I don't think I've ever seen a game that hates rumble packs. Why would you hate rumble packs? Like, what does it say here? It says something about the rumble pack. You know? You know, it says something. It says something. Expansion pack enhanced. Oh, I thought it was a rumble pack. Oh. Well, that would be a problem. Yeah, okay. Alright. I see. Okay, so that means I need to, like, change my controller shit slightly. Because, yeah, maybe I should let myself, you know, like, play the game. Maybe, let's see here. Controller pack. I don't want a rumble pack. I want, I mean, what, out of all these things? I don't know, memory pack? Let's try memory pack. How does it feel about that? Can I do that? Can I do that? You know? What if I do that? You know? Like, what if I haven't used a memory pack for this fucking console in, like, forever. I like, have it. Let's see, does that work? I see. I'm learning how all this works. I'm you know, we're doing sex shit. Let's be honest here, what am I not? Let's be honest here, what am I not doing sex shit? You know? But I guess y'all can watch the intro. I guess this isn't as boring as I think it is.
US and Russian presidents revealed today that they are all but ready to conclude talks on the reduction of existing nuclear arsenals and
Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. No, don't put some clothes on. We need more shirtless men in the world. We need more shirtless men. We need more shirtless men. It's very important. It's very, very, very important.
Confident President Weller stated to the media that on the coming 24th, the United States and Russia should be delivering a very Merry Christmas present to the world.
Watches angrily. Oh, is this not working because I have the game running? That would make sense. That'd make a lot of sense. Oh well, I can deal with it later. It's fine. This is just a little preview. We don't need to be able to save. Whatever. Whatever. I don't care enough to close the game and do tech shit right now, you know? Alright, we just need to look at naked men. It's very important.
Let's go over this one last time. The substitution of the president will be executed the day after tomorrow.
No, no pants. No pants, no shirt.
No matter what. Everything depends on that moment when there's no one but our operatives around him. If we miss this chance, it will throw off the timetable for the invasion. We can't afford any mistake. One more thing, don't forget to make contact with Mr. Diaz in New York. He'll bring the tools and the weapons you need. That'll be all. Let's make this work. But man, put some clothes on, will you?
No!
Don't forget to act like a human once you're overground.
He just needs to look at my big dick. You know, that's how it is.
Johnny, are you there? I guess you're out again today. Maybe you're busy, but are you doing okay? Well, it's Christmas soon. The year's almost over. Johnny, you haven't forgotten our pact, have you? That we'll meet again this year under the Christmas tree in D.C. on Christmas Eve? I don't care how late you show up. Just meet me there, okay? I'll be waiting. Anyway, call me again when you get in.
Yeah?
Mr. Diaz, he's here.
Sometimes I look at N64 models and I'm just like, I know, it looks so heavy. I like for the most part, it's like I don't like mind like early 3D models being early 3D models, but sometimes in serious games like this, I'm just like, yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness, no, don't shoot me. Ouch. I've been shot.
Why did you shoot?
Not now. There's something wrong with Mr. Diaz. We've got to get him below ground.
There's a witness.
The evidence is gone. There's no trace left.
You ever just get shot and then evaporate? You ever This is gonna be a time, this game. You don't? Well, I guess I gotta shoot you. You know how it is. Yeah, you know how it is. You get it? Okay, cool. These people, they just keep evaporating. It's crazy. It's crazy how this happens. What did you miss? The entirety of Silent Hill play novel. Sorry, Maxilla. Sorry, Maxilla. And then for Hybrid Heaven, we're just checking it out right now a little bit. This is just a little preview. I am about to end stream. My cat's kind of throwing a fit, and I need to use the bathroom and all that stuff. So, yeah, just watching the opening, having a chill little end of stream, seeing what's tomorrow. But yeah, welcome in, Maxilla. Welcome in. You know when you're on an elevator and then you fall off the elevator? But it's okay because you can fly. You're at a little ahead of storytime sleep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. My cat. You know, this poor cat. One of these days, my cats are gonna be normal. One of these days. And the newest sense of the ground. Exactly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the opening movie to Hybrid Heaven. So, you know, that's gonna be happening tomorrow. whatever that is. You know, whatever that is. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. You know, like, I don't know if I should go into it with, like, really low expectations. I probably will. But it might be high. Because, I love Castlevania 64. But yeah, I need to use the bathroom. You know, does anyone have any raid suggestions? Does anyone here know of a single Twitch streamer? You know, you see I say this, but you see, you gotta understand. Lexi is live right now playing Kid Dracula, and you know, welcome in Flo, welcome in. We are in the middle of ending stream, you know, but nice to see you here. But yeah, let's go over and see Lexi and whatnot. But yeah, as always, y'all are loved, y'all are cared for, Silent Hill play novel, surprisingly well done, and yeah, peace everyone, sleep well, sleep well.